next era of AI has arrived. CDW data engineers are helping organizations harness the power of AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. The power to run workloads faster means greater productivity, giving your business a better shot at success. Intel and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel Client.
It's 7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you're listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett manning the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And, Doug, let's get it on.
All right. Boy, so much to talk about today.
Dennis Gates
making
his debut on TMA, and Little Jackie Papers is buzzing. I would go to the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat right now at youtube.com/TMASTL to see Little Jackie Papers.
Maybe we should let him handle the bulk of the interview properly.
I kind of think so. Martin wants to talk about Coach Gates' time at Marquette.
I think that's the lead.
And that was 2004?
His first year. He was a grad assistant I think it was 03, 04, or was it 04, 05, Jackson?
03 was the year.
03
I don't know
after the Final
years.
Four.
It was after D-Wade year.
Yes, after. So we'll probably lead with that.
That's the lead.
We'll ask him why he refused to come on when you're on HD.
HD2.
HD2.
Thank you.
Sorry, not HD. HD2.
We're on HD1 now.
Okay, so
And
that's
Doug
why he's
considers it the
decided.
mountaintop.
Okay.
He says, I have summited my career.
That's going to be great. 8:45. Talking to Coach Gates. Jackson, what's your number one question you have?
I'm sure you've been thinking about it.
Yeah, so he was on John Rothstein's podcast earlier this week, and
Well, we weren't available at that time.
right, and he talked a little bit about the sports psychologist he brought on right when he got to Mizzou, named Dr. Carr, and he speaks so highly of him and his profound impact. And I want to dig a little deeper into that and his thoughts on sports psychology and the benefits of it. I think that's going to be really interesting. And they do this thing when they break down the huddle. It's like Tigers on 3, Dr. Carr power clap on 6. And I want to know the significance of the Dr. Carr power
This is a
clap.
good question.
Yeah, Tigers on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Hopefully
Tigers,
the question's a
Dr.
little
Carr power-
shorter than that, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll word it differently. Or it just get made fun of.
All I had was, well, what do you got for Saturday against Vandy after their win last night in College Station, Coach?
Who's big for you, Coach?
That win was huge.
Tim,
by the
like,
way.
do you think you can cover? I'm looking to lay it down, some numbers here. What do you...
I already had the 5-star play on South Carolina. I left the putt out there. The number scared me, and I am furious with myself. Why was that win so huge? That was good for Missouri?
Yeah, A&M losing. That was nice. Now you really root for A&M to beat Florida, because then you'd be up a game on A&M, and then Florida, you're tied with a tiebreaker. Then Florida has to go to Alabama. Missouri still got to get 3 wins here.
And this is all about the double bye.
The double bye, yeah, getting into the top 4 seeds in the SEC. In the SEC tournament. Then you get the double bye automatically in the quarterfinals.
Okay.
Currently tied with Tennessee, a game behind Florida for the 3rd spot.
Right. But you have the tiebreaker against Florida. You don't have the tiebreaker against A&M. So that lost last night, which I did not see. But I'm telling you, Vandy's scrappy.
I watched that game.
Yeah.
I don't know what that says for me, but I watched that game.
They're scrappy. I didn't think they could win on the road like that at College Station. That's super impressive for a team that really wants to get into the tournament. Like
A&M's kind of fallen off since their last second win in Columbia a couple of weeks ago.
Lost to Tennessee at home.
What I'm curious about, and this is a question I don't think he can probably answer honestly, but how much they value 2 weeks from now in Nashville and how they try to balance that. Like, I can't imagine Bruce Pearl is on a mission to win the SEC tournament.
Right. They're a super lock for the number 1 overall seed.
But Missouri isn't in that spot. Missouri could if they win the SEC tournament. I would imagine the highest Missouri could get would be a 3 seed. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's the ceiling.
But then you want to balance, or do you want to balance? Maybe you don't.
Yeah.
Spending that time to play all the way through. Is the SEC championship game now on Sunday, or is it on Saturday?
So. I thought it was on
They've
Sunday.
moved some of these around.
Yeah.
Hopefully Sankey's listening.
I think Sankey is listening, and he will text or call in. He'll call the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That's how you can participate in the program, in addition to the Air Comfort Service. Text line, 314-399-9646. Also on today's program, Robert Thomas with us in the 8 o'clock hour. That's the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. And Doug, your Stiefel dossier has been laid out in addition to the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And wow, with only 2 emails of the day left in the month of February, the JV golf coach and Buck Swope are heads up. They are tied with 5 wins apiece. So we got a showdown today and tomorrow. Martin, I don't know if you want to stick around or if you can move your onboarding, but what a treat it's going to be at 10:50.
Town's kind of buzzing about it.
Yeah.
Felt like you could kind of feel it, the energy around town.
It's all people are talking about.
By the way, SEC Tournament Championship is on Sunday. And if you get that double bye, you don't play till Friday. Right. That's the other thing. So if you're not in that top 4, then I think you really don't want to win the tournament. That's 4 in a row.
Right. Trying to win 4 games in 4 days and then be ready for the
but
tournament.
But winning 3, it's not, you're taxed. If you're
beating
Auburn.
some great basketball teams.
Yeah, you'd be.
3 great basketball teams. Yeah. Probably 3, at the minimum, top 6 seeds in the NCAA tournament. In 3 straight days.
Yeah, it'd be like crap. Kentucky, Auburn, Alabama. That's just an example. Or Florida in place of Alabama. You'd be playing three of the best teams in the
So
country.
you're Auburn, and you're a number one overall seed or top seed. What's the perfect scenario? Because if you get to the championship game, you might as well win it.
Yeah.
Is it just win a game and then lose on Saturday, get the extra day off?
I even feel like winning on Friday, you might as well just go for it at that point.
Yeah, you play hard all the way.
That's the thing is it's tough to tell these kids, like especially.
You know that's what Coach Gates is going to say.
100%. It would be odd if any coach in the SEC are in his position.
What if he came on and said, we wouldn't mind losing?
No.
Yeah, it's just not going to play.
Well, you would even if you play 3 or 4 in a row, you're not going to play again until the following Thursday or Friday.
Yeah, no
You can
doubt.
rest.
I mean,
you
it's
got to
not-
play hard.
Sure.
You got to keep the momentum going. You
The
don't want
thing
to lose
is,
your edge.
right? The thing is like you win the Friday game, and then you start playing Saturday, and like Mark Mitchell goes down with an injury, and now you're like, oh my god. But I mean, that's
You can get hurt in games you lose.
Pessimistic fan
Well, I'm
you
just
are.
saying. I'm just trying to game it out, trying to think it out.
Game it out. I think 3 in 3 days. Now, if you had to win 4,
Yeah.
then you're really wiping that team out.
I don't know. Maybe.
Doug is
I
like,
don't
these
know.
guys are
No.
21 years
Play
old.
the game.
They're in the best shape of their life.
Why don't we just have a flag there on the bench and start waving a white flag? we don't want to win anymore.
This is why you're the Wizard of Crestwood.
Yes, you can.
40
you can
minutes
get
of
hurt
hell
if you
no
lose.
matter what.
You can get hurt taking it easy and losing too.
Isn't
You gotta keep playing.
Mizzou well positioned for all of this just because of the depth?
Yeah, I
Like
would
if
say
you're
so.
sitting now, SLU has to run the table. They don't have a choice. But if that happens for SLU, they're going to be exhausted because they only play like 5.5 guys.
Yeah.
That is really true.
Yeah.
You can get involved, 314-399-9646. Boozy's not happy this morning.
Shaboozy or just plain old boozy?
This is plain old Boozy. He says, I woke up to my TMA fan page request. Doug, as you know, there's a TMA fan page, which is kind of ironically named on Facebook. Woke up to my TMA fan page request still pending. Now Boozy is crabby. That's from Boozy. Do you like when somebody texts in third person?
And he's telling us he's crabby?
Yeah, it's kind of how Ricky Henderson would answer questions.
Are we supposed to care that he's crabby?
Well, Jackson's the moderator, and he will be issuing a statement to Boozy right here at 7:08 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett readying himself for our Dennis Gates interview at 8:45.
I, for whatever reason, was blocked from the fan page, and it really pissed me off.
I don't know.
wearing Mizzou
Grumpy
gear.
too.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, I think people know where
Professional, though. You want to be professional.
No, I think people know where my allegiance lies. I don't know Boozy's real name, so that just being boozy and being crabby about it doesn't really help your case.
You're not going to get into the TMA fan page by using a fake name.
Right.
So you got to use your real name. It's actually one of the policies, one of the 10 commandments of the TMA fan page. Are there 10 commandments, Jackson?
I don't know. That's his commandments.
No, just be yourself, and that's not like me being like,
That's inspiring.
that's not
Meta.
Yeah, that's like don't pretend to be somebody else, and then just keep it clean. Talk to people how you talk to them in real life, not behind a computer screen.
Having the wacky nicknames on the text line can lead to some confusion. The other day, Shrivelly Pibbles
Shipley Pibbles. Yeah, he sent you pictures of his wife.
texted and said, Martin, I'm friends with Dave Cruz. Your buddy used to be a photographer at Fox 2, lives in D.C. And he said, do you know they're having another baby? So I text my buddy Dave Cruz. I said, heard you're having. He said, how did you hear? And I said, Shrivelly Pibbles? I was like, I didn't know what else to say.
A guy named Shrimply Pibbles. told
We
me.
kind of workshopped it and figured out who it was.
It's tough. It's tough.
Mr. Licks is on the TMA fan page, and he files this report. Hey, Boozy, all you're missing is an old gay guy posting videos of Jerry Garcia. That's from Mr. Licks, and I think that's in reference, Doug, to Cletus, who's a wonderful ball striker. He has caressed Jackson's hips, and he posts videos of Jerry Garcia. And they received the Kennedy Center Awards. The Grateful Dead did about a month ago. Am I right on that?
I don't know.
Not a lot of members left. Phil Lesh just passed away.
Bob Weir's in great
still
shape.
with us.
Likes to perform barefoot, which is sort of,
Oh, is
I
that
guess it's
right?
kind of their thing. Saw the Dead in Company a couple of years ago. My wife loves John Mayer, and I said, this is not a John Mayer
Is that a cut
concert.
situation for you?
Because of John Mayer? Probably.
Yeah.
So we go to see John Mayer, but it's the Dead. And so many people walk by and they go, oh, man, I didn't know you were into the Dead. I was like, a little bit or whatever. A lot of pot. And that was the one where the person in front of us, Doug, was having do the kids call it a joint?
I don't know what they call it anymore.
Smoking the drugs.
The smoking the drugs, and that's when they turned around. The girl in front of us was smoking. She turned around, looked at me, looked at Kim, and said, "Is he a cop?"
That's the vibe you give off.
Yes.
Yeah, if you ask that question that way, that's 100% like
It's legal now anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this was prior.
that's the Buscemi meme. Hello, fellow children.
What in the hell is going on with Libby Jack's hair? Seriously, boy, you're in a work environment. Get yourself together. That is from Mr. Bojangles. And Jackson, we have gotten a number of texts about your hair for those watching
All right.
on YouTube.
I
Kind of let yourself go, haven't you?
I just kind
give it
of
up?
let it. No, I just kind of. I don't know.
It's a little longer these days. And
I'll go get my cap in the break.
you don't need to wear it.
No, I'm
You're
getting my cap.
fine.
in the
I think
break.
it says, you know what? Here I am. I'm here to party.
No, I don't want to have disheveled hair.
Have you ever tried sea salt spray?
Clip that off.
For what?
Yeah.
I think your hair would look really good with some sea salt spray in it.
Wow, what a
it's my-
dandy conversation.
Nah,
Doug.
that's my guy right
Hey,
there.
why don't you girls go down the hallway and get a drink?
I have some. I'll bring it in if you want to give a few spritzes tomorrow. I honestly think it would look good.
Sweet. That.
I'm fired. Can Doug also use it?
He doesn't need it, but yeah, he can try it.
He's
Okay.
a
You
quaff.
gonna go with sea salt, Doug?
Oh, sure, I'll try it.
Nice.
What does it do, KG?
I think it just adds some effortless texture to it.
What a conversation.
I feel like I'm at the salon.
I have hair like an old broom, so I don't know if that necessarily.
An old.
No, I'm being dead serious. I think you would thrive in a sea salt
I
environment.
really gotta get my hair cut. It's way too long.
I feel like you guys are sitting around reading Vogue. What is going on?
Nothing wrong with reading Vogue.
There's nothing wrong with it, but I feel like I'm in the salon.
Yeah, you're boxing yourself in, baby.
Morning, boys. This Gene Hackman news is shocking. Something seems off. Anyway, R.I.P. to that icon. Happy Thursday to all. That's from Sharon in SCMM. She's now using abbreviations for all of her real estate. I believe that stands for Sanibel, Clayton, Maui, and Michigan.
Yeah,
Michigan in
boy.
particular in the summer.
He's living large.
Sanibel in the winter. Clayton is the 63105 mailing address for the. She doesn't have a monogramming business, right? That's the self-made stay-at-home.
I believe that's correct.
It's so confusing.
R.I.P. Gene Hackman.
So I wake up and I see that Gene Hackman passed away, and I thought, okay, 95. But then I see that he and his wife and their dog were all found together at their home in New Mexico, and so I would agree with Sharon and Clayton, and Maui and Michigan and Sanibel that obviously something's awry.
Yeah, the police said no foul play, but doesn't it seem like
I don't understand. How's that no foul play?
Doesn't it seem like a carbon monoxide thing?
Could be something like that.
If all of them died, like the dog died too, and I mean, like if it was a murder, like there'd be wounds or something
Sounds like a hit to me.
on 95-year-old Gene
And you're
Hackman,
going to hit the dog also?
An old debt.
who hasn't been in a movie
Makes
in
it
like
look
20
like
years.
it was something, no foul play.
Yeah,
No,
but
that's
the
what my
headline this
read is,
morning
Doug.
said Gene Hackman found dead, and I thought, well, he's pretty old. I said, no,
Yeah.
found dead, and they're like his wife and the dog.
Right.
Murder suicide. You're probably leaving the dog alone.
Yeah.
I think the carbon monoxide's a good play.
Yeah, it could have been a gas leak or something like
I
that.
don't know. They live in New Mexico. They would.
What does that mean?
Well, I don't know. Do
Like
you
they
guys,
don't have authorities?
Anything can happen down that way.
well, it does kind of seem like
Badlands.
Yeah, doesn't New Mexico kind of seem like uncharted
The Old
territory?
West.
Yeah,
Well, he wasn't at the neighborhood saloon riding
I know.
in, saddling up to ride into
his
town.
living his actual role in Unforgiven.
You ever been there? Santa Fe? Pretty nice.
I would love to go to New Mexico.
You would
would love to go to New Mexico. Albuquerque? You kidding me?
Albuquerque.
What is your deal with Albuquerque?
Okay.
Yeah, I've been.
Just all
That's where
right.
Ricky Paulding dunked on Ohio State in one of the great dunks in Missouri NCAA tournament history. They upset Leonard Hamilton. Might come up in the Dennis Gates conversation.
Yeah.
And Ohio State. And that's when I asked Quinn Snyder, what does this win mean for you and your coaching career at Missouri? And he looked at me and said, I'm not here to psychoanalyze myself for you. And I go, okay, we'll wrap it up then.
All right, Steve, back to you. That was the end of that.
Yeah. Well, R.I.P. Gene Hackman, one of the all-time greats.
And
my
you,
gosh.
as a film aficionado, owner of goodorbad.com, which is still yet to generate $1 in revenue, you would give your Mount Rushmore of Gene Hackman roles to what?
French Connection, Popeye Doyle, Hoosiers for sure, Coach Norman Dale, Unforgiven, and then I'm a big Horny Hackman fan, so the
Horny
Firm.
Hackman.
The Firm. He's all horned up in the firm.
Oh, and he was portraying. Was it Ann Archer? Is that Ann Archer? Is that Ann Archer? Was that her name?
She was in Fatal Attraction.
Yeah.
Was she the
I
wife?
thought that was Triplehorn, wasn't it?
Jean Triple. Was it Jean Triplehorn?
In the
Ann
Firm?
Archer was in Fatal Attraction.
Yeah, and firm.
Jean
it's
Triplehorn. You're right.
Yeah.
Was that racist of me to get those two confused? If not, Doug, I will take a little time away.
More
I already
time.
am going to take time away for not remembering Illinois' score and St. Louis University's score. And now for confusing Jean Triplehorn and Ann Archer, I'm going to add to my time away.
Okay.
Working on my game inside of 125 yards.
I remember reading a thing where Gene Hackman said during the filming of Hoosiers, he thought it was going to be just a terrible movie. Couldn't believe he'd signed up and done it. Was really afraid of what the final product was going to be. And then he saw it and said, oh, my God, I can't believe what you did with it. And he was really happy with it.
Kind of famously persnickety on sets.
Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, kind of like
Do you have any anecdotes?
the Hoosiers one. Apparently, he was not easy to approach. He was not very easy to approach in that. Royal Tenenbaums, him and Wes Anderson did not get along. Like,
Oh,
at
yeah,
all.
Wes Anderson. I always associate you with Wes Anderson.
Yeah, that was like his second to last movie though. So in fairness, he lived a long life.
Well, he was
at that point.
Yeah.
He was outstanding in that. He just
Oh, he's so
it may
good.
have been him.
He's good in everything.
The character he played in Tannenbaum's, kind of the grouchy older guy, it might have been him.
Yeah.
But it's hilarious.
He's great. All-time great.
And does
R.I.P.
he does a good slime ball too. Just kind of
Oh, yeah.
has kind
He's
of
a
that
slime ball in the firm.
Kind of has that slimy feel. Kind of almost like winks at you, the camera.
Birdcage, others receiving votes.
Wow, nice play.
Love Birdcage.
Yeah,
He's great in it.
that's a nice play.
Others receiving votes on that one. Yeah, I love Gene Hackman.
Doug, that's others receiving votes. Kwame Voyukas IV is not happy with Jackson's list. No Mississippi Burning is a massive miss by Jackson. That's Kwame Voyukas IV.
I think this just speaks to how incredible of an actor he was in his choice of roles. Because Mississippi Burning is amazing, but I'd still take those top four I took. The Firm is kind of a personal one.
IMDb.com ranks the top Gene Hackman films. Number 1, Unforgiven.
Yeah.
Number 2, The French Connection. Number 3, The Conversation. Have you ever seen
Yeah,
that?
Francis Ford Coppola.
Number 4, Young Frankenstein. I forgot that he was in that.
Yeah, classic.
Bonnie and Clyde from 1967. Royal Tenenbaums, Superman.
Oh, yeah, Lex Luthor.
I never sang for my father. Okay, don't know it.
IMDb can get weird. I wouldn't trust
Mississippi
that.
Burning was 9th. Hoosiers 10th. Sorry, throw the list out.
Yeah.
If Hoosiers is 10th?
Throw the
They
list
can't
out.
go with what was really popular because everyone knows that.
IMDb is like a...
They have to be smarter than the public.
The rating system on IMDb is bad.
Block them.
Why do you allow this guy to talk movies every day? It's mind-bogglingly terrible. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
Then listen to something else.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
No, seriously.
You're going to be pulled aside by management for that one.
No, I've said it before. I'll say it again.
Oh, he's doubling down, Martin.
I'm not saying everyone, but if you
You
don't
want
like...
Harrison's brother Master out. Everybody else, of course, is welcome, but Harrison's brother Master, you want him gone.
If you took a bite of a sandwich at a restaurant and it tasted terrible, would you go up to the counter and continue to eat it and say, this is awful, what are you doing? Yeah. No, you give it back and then leave. Ask for your money back.
Jackson,
Except this is free.
Day 3 of onboarding, they said, here's what you do when you're ever stuck. You say, don't touch that dial. You just went Oppo.
Yeah, you went Oppo.
Yeah, I'm a maverick.
You're feeling yourself today because Dennis Gates is going to be on.
What up, Coach?
I mean, honestly, how excited are you?
Extremely.
I
Kidding me?
bet. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah, it's going
Now,
to be
this was
fun.
Martin's get, but when I posted about it on both the TMA fan page on Facebook and then the Twitter account, I used the GIF of you, which I believe was you celebrating a Missouri basket against Utah State.
That's right.
I think.
That's right.
And so, Martin, Jackson was getting the credit for the booking.
Oh, no.
But this was Martin's handiwork. But I think everybody in the audience is excited for you to talk to Dennis Gates because Missouri is 6 weeks away from winning its first national championship.
Oh, yeah.
brother.
Yeah, appreciate it. I appreciate people are happy for me. But I'm going to call this a moment for Martin.
A moment for Martin.
No, I thought we did
is that
that on-
sponsored?
How could it not be?
I kind of agree with you. I mean, if
should
Schaefer
probably
Door
change
jumped
it to Tim's name.
a moment for Timmy.
Timmy / Martin.
I thought about not telling you, and not that it would be a great. He should not be
surprise?
Dennis Gates should not be a surprise guest. But I just thought because of Jackson, it would be kind of funny if he answered the phone. TMA, this is Coach Gates. And you're like, what?
Yeah.
Sorry, Coach, this is really awkward. We have a surprise guest calling. No, that's me.
That's actually, it's wild. It's happened once where the phone just rang, and the phone rarely rings in here before.
Oh, it was Butch Patrick.
Well, there's that, which would be great if Dennis Gates followed Butch Patrick on the surprise line.
We also had Butch's cell phone in case we needed to go earlier.
Yeah, but I picked up the phone once, and it was Eli Drinkwitz, and he had some question for Rocchio before the show before, and I was like, "Hey, Coach," he was like, "Where's Matthew Rocchio?" I was like, "Oh no!" I was like, "Give me one moment, I'll put you on hold." But yeah, and a moment for Martin. Martin is ever since joining TMA again, he has done an incredible job getting some incredible guests that I couldn't even. If I attempted, they'd say, "Get away, kid." Martin does a great job with that, and this Coach Gates one is just the cherry on top.
Part of the alliance, buddy.
Moment for Martin.
No, part of the alliance.
Wonderful, wonderful.
And that is that sponsored by It's Your Boy Fuzz, or he sponsors Infidelity Alley?
We can give him a twofer. He can do
added value.
Yeah.
You're ready for AM radio.
yeah, for no extra cost.
Oh, and Tim, in the 9 o'clock hour, I booked a beat writer from Winnipeg, so we're going to even it out. We're going to even it out.
Oh my God!
Equal time.
You are welcome to participate in the program. Many are doing so in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 185 friends have gathered already here at 7:22, and you can always live stream the program at tmastl.com. It's also where you can sign up to be the TMA Listener of the Month. In January, Pestis from Festus won. There's only a couple days left here. So the great news is Doug disagrees with this, but you're able to maintain your anonymity when you sign up to be the TMA Listener of the Month. Just go to tmastl.com. Jackson, what will the winner receive? Because we have our papal conclave tomorrow.
Wireless speaker, a TMA branded wireless speaker. It's really cool. It's got the TMA logo all over it. And it's
Can we see one of those?
I would love to see it too, because I have a speaker that I put in my golf cart when I'm out practicing.
And this is perfect for.
It's like that? That's what I'm
like
picturing,
Rodney
like a
Dangerfield.
magnetic?
Yeah,
It's exactly like Rodney Dangerfield.
It's not magnetic, but like if you have that little cubby in the front of your golf cart, you just throw that bad boy right in there. Bluetooth connection. It's TMA branded up and down.
I think the
really
chairman
sweet.
just went to grab it. He ran out of here, as we mentioned.
chairman
I don't
mess
know.
around.
I don't even know where they're currently located, so I don't know.
I would like to see what Pestis has yet to receive.
The email was sent.
He was going to come here, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
He said that.
Yeah, it's
Mary Diesel.
If not, Jackie and I are going down there. If this is not done by Monday, you and I are loading up.
On our tour of Festus.
Yep.
I'll drive down there and deliver it to him.
Wow, Doug's on board. Tim, you want to come with us?
Yeah, might as well.
Wow. Station van.
Yeah, we do have a TMA
There's
van.
a TMA van.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen that out
A
back?
TMA van?
There's a
Yeah.
TMA-specific van.
For what purpose?
We
Live
haven't
events.
used it yet.
No, they've had it. They've had
We
it
should
in
use it
events.
as a delivery vehicle
To go
for
down
prizes.
to deliver prize, like the prize van, like how Ed
Yes.
McMahon would show at people's homes.
That seems a little antiquated, just showing up at people's homes with gifts.
Honking.
Yeah.
Get out with some
It's kind of
balloons.
quaint.
Sidney Crosby does that in Pittsburgh. They go deliver season tickets to people. And
The
Sidney
Blues
Kittle
did that.
do
I went with Big Walt to somebody's house over by River de Pere, and we were knocking on the door to give them their tickets.
Maybe it's because of my age, but if someone knocks on my door, my first thought isn't, ooh, who is that? It's immediate fear.
That's not fear. It's like I'm not answering it. That's what it is.
Well, that's your guy,
Period.
Sebastian
I don't-
Maniscalco has a whole bit on that.
I've seen that. I think I saw it live and in person. As
And
a
then
matter
you
of
tried
fact,
to
and I shared it.
recreate it on this show.
Knocking on people's doors.
But the UPS guy knocks, doesn't he? And the Amazon guy
think they
sometimes
run.
knocks on the door.
No, they
Well,
drop
knock
it.
on my door.
Some of them do.
Yeah.
And when you have a young baby, as I did, I guess still a 3-year-old still do, if they're sleeping, and you go, what are you doing? I don't need that.
Yeah.
You know?
Especially when they do like a cop knock. I describe it as a cop knock where it's
Cop knock.
they're really banging on
nice.
on
That's
the
Cop knock.
There's a rhythmic friendly knock is like a real friendly kind of thing.
Now, this has happened to me in recent weeks. What if it's a little girl selling Girl Scout cookies? Oh. You answer the door?
I guess.
Of course you do. And you buy the cookies.
I answer the door, but I have a little fear in my
Why do I
heart.
picture Doug saying, "You know how unhealthy those are"? Let me see the back of the box, little girl.
I always buy the cookies.
Scold.
Always buy them. 3 or 4 boxes.
That Maniscalco bit is really funny because he said when you were a kid, the excitement level when they were at the door, we got company. Company. And everybody in the family had to sit around when the company, your aunt would stop by.
And you'd have Sanka ready for us.
Sanka.
A pop-in?
And he said now somebody's at the door. First you see him on the camera. Things start beeping and it's like, get down.
Yeah, get the
Somebody's
gun.
approaching.
Get a sword if you have one.
Yes.
Hey, Doug, you wouldn't mind telling me about Schaefer Door because Jason Gosrow said, the cute corner's available. I'm in. I'll sponsor the TMA podcast, but what I've always wanted is Tim's Cute Corner. Well, you got it, Jason.
Okay. And I can vouch for them because they've been to my house to fix my creaky old garage door. Works perfectly now. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Schaefer Door Company. They get right out there, and they get out there quickly. They have a special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. These guys are ready to roll if you have a garage door that won't go up or won't go down, because that is a major hassle. It's Schaefer Door, spelled S-C-H-A-E-F-E-R, only one F in Schaefer Door. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. They also service commercial doors also. If you run a business or warehouse with those big, tall doors, Schaefer's experience in those types of jobs as well. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that when you call them, an actual person will talk to you on the phone, and you can go over what you need done and schedule an appointment. Service techs are not commission-based. They're not going to try to sell you something you don't need, or a huge garage door if you don't need it. They can just fix it like exactly what they did to mine. The website is schaeferdoor.com. You can call or text at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Schaefer Door, sponsor of the TMA podcast. And you can always go back and podcast the program anytime. If you're going into work and you're not going to be able to hear our Fisher Window and Door Story 8 o'clock hour, you're going to miss Robert Thomas at 8:15. Blues going up against Ovechkin tonight. Pregame 5 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop 6 p.m. in Missouri. Head basketball coach Dennis Gates joining us at 8:45. And Jackson is at full mass, Doug. It is a real treat. And I want to yield my time to you. I'm excited for you. I think I would be more excited for you if Missouri went on a deep run than anything else.
That warms my heart.
I was thinking about that yesterday.
That warms my
I really
heart.
do think they're going to go on a run.
That warms my heart. This is all I want. It's truly all I want. Just a deep run.
We were asked a question yesterday on the podcast, Tim McKernan Show podcast, questions from the audience, and you can send anything in, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. If you had 5 championships that you could disperse amongst your favorite teams, and it doesn't have to be local, what would you do? Where would you allocate those? And I said to Jackson, would you want Missouri basketball to go on like a John Wooden-like run in UCLA? And you thought about it, because then that means you got a dynasty.
Yeah, there is something, too, like just allocating it all to one team.
This guy loves Missouri basketball more than anything else.
I think if you're a Blues fan, like if you could allocate 5 Stanley Cups to the Blues, that's 6
why not
now.
4 for a Mount Rushmore?
Oh, nice.
3, and then you get to Mount Rushmore because they won in 19.
I just mean we're talking about the 5 teams you want to win.
Right.
Why not 4 and have it a Mount Rushmore of teams you want to win?
Well, you're allocating championships. You can assign all 4 or 5 to your favorite team. And if you were to do that, like imagine the Blues now have 5, 6 Stanley Cups, That's a total game changer. Now they're one of the premier teams in the league's history.
Mm-hmm.
My number 1 is a Missouri college football championship. But honestly, and some will totally get this and be 100% on board with it, and some will go, what a waste. The United States winning the World Cup.
Yeah, we agreed on that one.
Yeah,
we were on the same page on that
I'd like to see the Billikens win a national
And I
championship.
actually said that, too. I said because
fun.
then it puts the Billikens kind of in a category like those Big East schools that have gone on runs. Martin's alma mater, which is the lead with Dennis Gates, correct?
Oh, clearly. 2003, 2004, he was on the staff. That was a Tom Crean vehicle, I believe.
Before he went to Indiana?
Crean left a few years later. The Dennis Gates resume, it's so interesting. All these guys go from place to
Didn't
place.
he go New Mexico after that?
He went to Florida
goes back to
State,
New Mexico.
Florida
to be a
State.
GA.
And then to
Cal, Northern Illinois for 2 years. Is that DeKalb, Tim?
Yeah.
I think we're big in DeKalb.
you're right.
Nevada, he was an assistant. Might have been Mark Fox, that guy who was at Georgia for a while.
Oh, yeah.
And then the long run at Florida State.
Right.
There's not many other businesses where you can go from making very little money, like a graduate assistant, to barely squeaking by financially, and a couple years later, you're making millions of dollars as a head coach.
Minor in Major League Baseball might be the only other example. Going from the minors to the majors.
Yeah, except there's not very many Major League jobs.
Right.
And there's hundreds of college jobs.
I think Mike Martz was close to unpaid. It was like almost a volunteer. He took it with the Rams in L.A. They'd all gotten fired in Arizona State. So I think he had a little bit of money, but he's like, I got to do this to get into the league. And he told his wife, they're like, they're not even paying you. And then 5 years later, he's the coach in waiting to be a $2 million a year coach.
Well, Those are fantastic jobs. And nowadays in the college football assistants are making high six figures or $1 million or more.
Yep.
Assistants.
Yep.
Jackson, you need to start thinking about strategies to hide that boner from the YouTube cam when Gates is on. That's from Scotty Hardball. Have you started to think about your strategy?
Just sit down. Can't. The shot is only from navel up, so I'm all right.
Navel Up is the title of
Bust
today's
shot. That's
segment.
what they call it.
Oh, is that right?
Bust
Is that really?
shot from, like what you see a
never heard
bust
that.
of a statue?
Yeah.
That's what the shot is called in TV.
You ever yell at a TV cameraman and say, "Shoot me, bust up"?
Yeah. I haven't, but I'd like to go back and do that.
Bill Walton would take over the shoot. It was Lensman Jake and I at the Missouri Athletic Club 2 years ago.
Bill Walton?
Bill Walton, what angle are you taking, Jake? And he said, shift a little to your right. You should actually now zoom a little. And he like orchestrate. I just kind of got out of the way. He knew exactly how he
I
wanted
didn't know
to
you
shot.
interviewed him. That's incredible.
He was one of the most interesting guys
By far.
ever in basketball.
By far.
And he perfectly said, how long are we thinking? Like he wanted him to, he wanted to know. He said, like, is this a sound bite or is it like a feature piece? And I
wants to
said,
go ride his
well,
bike.
I said, we'll do a sound bite today, which, if you really need it, probably 25, 30 seconds. I said, but on Sunday it can go about 5 or, okay, that helps. Because he knew.
Nice. That's a pro's pro right there.
100%.
Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Comes your way at 10:50 on our Stiefel dossier. Robert Thomas, 8:15. Dennis Gates, 8:45. This is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. What are we going to go with today? 90s rap? Yesterday was 80s?
Yesterday was kind of
Cardinal fan songs?
and then Marshy Marsh closed us out.
Big day for Marshy Marsh.
Yeah. I don't know what the tribute's going to be. Maybe 90s hip-hop.
I'm told Youngry was passed along to Victor Scott.
Oh, is that right?
So
Nice.
we'll wait to follow up with him in person.
Youngry Birds.
That was pretty good.
Nolan Arenado making the trip to Tampa. The read that we had on this program yesterday when the Cardinals played the Yankees, which was immediately, if this was a normal year, he would be for real, dead serious. And I think people at the organization know this guy loves playing golf. He would be probably at like Medalist or Grove 23 getting some work in. However, the Cardinals are playing the Yankees in Tampa, and we made the observation, he's making the trip as a 34-year-old veteran across the state, which is usually reserved for the young tykes to get playing time, and on foul territory. Who was it? Brzezinski and
Kratz, yeah.
were making the observation. Doug, why don't you take a listen if you would?
Okay, I'd love to.
And do you think that him showing up in Tampa shows the Yanks a little bit extra that he wants to be there? And do you really think that if he performs well or looks good, that it can lead to anything? Or is this just eyewash?
Listen, he didn't want to make a 4-hour or 3.5-hour drive unless he really maybe wanted to go play for the team that they're playing against. I don't know. To me, listen, the Yankees, if he ends up in the Yankees, they already know what Nolan Arenado can do. So the fact that he drove this far, I don't know if we should be giving him credit, or I'm asked more of like, why? Heck, I remember when I saw him walk in, I was like, man, Oli Marmol hates him if he had to drive all the way here. And, they were laughing. No, he wanted to come, so good for him. He wanted. I mean, when you get to a certain point in your career, Scott, you can make those decisions, and Nolan wanted to come. Now, why he wanted to come, I don't know. Maybe he has family in Tampa. Maybe there's someone he wants to have dinner with. Maybe he enjoyed the hotel they were staying in last night.
For the record, Nolan Arenado was asked about that, and he said, I didn't come here for that. He said with a laugh and a smile, and then he added, Riley, day 3 of spring training, that wouldn't be a good day to showcase myself. I'm not ready for that. Arenado said he wanted to reconnect with 2 of his closest friends, DJ LeMahieu and Paul Goldschmidt, and then he had a choice of taking 2 days off from games as the Cardinals made their visit to the Gulf Coast, but he elected to keep on his schedule and play in Tampa. He wanted the chance to visit his 2 friends and a trainer he knows well in the area. So there you go.
Yeah. I mean, he did say when he showed up at camp, I plan on playing a lot of games this spring. So it fits with that. Hopefully it wasn't a showcase because he was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts.
Yeah, he struck out the first couple times.
Well, you would think if the Yankees are really interested in a trade, they're not going to base it on what Arenado does in one spring training game. I think they've got him well scouted at this point. They know what they'd be getting.
Yeah, I think if Goldschmidt's not on the Yankees, maybe it's less likely he'd show up, although he's trying to play more games. I like A.J. Brzezinski doing what we do. I don't know. Maybe even at a high level, they're like, I don't know.
And they talk about making the trip. It is in a luxury bus, air-conditioned bus with a computer, and he take a nap and food and drinks that you would want. It's not really that rough a drive.
Take a look at the Everglades.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
Alligator Alley. They probably don't go that way to go to Tampa. I would advise maybe a different route.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just him. I mean, Wynn, Donovan, Walker, Arenado, Herrera, those are your top 5. Mm-hmm. And the offense is in mid-season form.
Scratched out 3 singles yesterday and 2 hits the day before.
That's right. That was the Victor Scott Show, Youngry Birds.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Free and easy still, though, Doug?
Well, they're not swinging the bats free and easy. You know who does? The guy who hits is Matt Koperniak. Read about him.
From London,
had a
right?
big year in AAA last year, and he's hit so far this spring when no one else has. It's a guy who might have a shot to make the roster. Outfielder.
Maybe he'll hit so well they won't have a spot for him?
Yeah, we'll have to put him down in Memphis so he doesn't do that up here.
He's 27.
Yeah, it's kind of the time of his career where he's either going to get a shot or he's going to get released, one or the other. You don't keep a lot of late 20s people in the minor leagues. A few every now and then, but not often.
He played for the Great Britain national baseball team, the 2023 World Baseball Classic. You remember them because they wore Times New Roman font on their jerseys.
The worst baseball uniforms ever.
Ironed on to their weak little uniforms.
It's the best the country could do.
He grew up in Massachusetts, but was born in London.
Right. I can't imagine there's a lot of baseball being played in England proper.
Cheerio.
It's a lot. They obviously have islands, have a lot of islands, and that's where I think a lot of the players come from for Great Britain.
For the record, Doug, this is not only the cute corner, but it's the research corner. And when the Cardinals went to take on New York and went to the other side of the state in 2023, they had back-to-back games, one against Detroit. Martin, where did the Detroit Tigers? Are they Lakeland?
Mm-hmm. Oh,
it's Lakeland?
They were for years, yeah.
That sounds right. Who's Bradenton? The Pirates?
I think so.
I'm not
Sox?
into crowdsourcing. It's just something that in principle.
Lakeland sounds
even though
correct.
I turned to you and I asked you specifically where the Tigers. Either way, other side of the state, not in that rotation with the Mets and Port St. Lucie and the Marlins right across camp, and the Nationals and Astros about 15 minutes away. So they go across the state, usually one time per spring. He did not play in either game, did not make the trip to take on the Tigers and the Yankees in 2023. They did not go over there in 2021 or 2022. And then in 2024, they did not go over there either. So in his tenure with the Cardinals, they have only made that trip to the other side of the state, which is kind of surprising to me. Well, they went to Boston and Minnesota. Now that'd be Fort Myers last year. And he didn't go in 2023 to the Tigers and to the Yankees, and it looks like he did not go to Fort Myers the one time they went across the state in 2024. It was a great 1-1 tie with the Twins, Doug, and we'll revisit that game coming up. So he has not made any of the trips, but yesterday he did make the trip.
What's your number one theory, though? Goldie? Although they could see each other whenever they want in the offseason. It's not
I think he wants to make himself front and center with the New York Yankees. And I don't know why we have to act like that's not real. I totally understand it, and if I'm him, I would do it too. So I get it.
But not the at-bats don't matter.
The at-bats don't matter.
Just kind of
get a chance to be around. Do you potentially have conversations? Yeah, absolutely. I don't even know how. What do they call that? Is it Occam's razor, Doug? The most obvious.
Yeah, the most obvious, simplest explanation is usually the right explanation.
And I also realize there's a healthy percentage of people listening to the program who go, well, why wouldn't he make the trip? And in spring training, guys at that point in their career, which is why you heard A.J. Przinsky talking about it, they don't make those trips. It's rare for a guy of his level. Back in the day when spring training was littered with future Hall of Famers, you weren't going to take your pick of whatever, whether it be the MV3 of Pujols, Rowland, and Edmonds. If the Cardinals had a trip to Fort Myers or Tampa, those guys weren't going to be on a bus. I realize the bus is lovely, but with seniority comes the ability to say, I'm going to politely pass and I'm going to spend the day with my family, or I'm going to play golf, or whatever the case might be. So, yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence. And then we look at pattern of past practice in the last 2 years when the Cardinals went across the state and he didn't go on those trips. So that's what I think it was about.
To me, it doesn't seem like they should have the option of politely passing. I mean, you're paying somebody $25 million a year. If you want them to play in a game, it seems like you should be able to say you're playing in this game, by the way.
I'd rather have load management in the spring than the regular season.
But how hard are they working? 3 at-bats in a spring training game.
Doug's furious when he sees pitchers jogging on the warning track.
Yeah, don't
Nothing
jog
drives
on
him
the
up
field. It's a huge state. There's lots of places to jog. You don't need to jog on the field.
During the game.
You don't see much of that anymore, I don't think. I haven't seen that in a while.
Used to be they'd do it in the outfield while they were playing a game.
And someone hit a line drive out there, and the outfielder would have to run around the pitchers. Jog somewhere else.
But
to think that these guys are really working hard and wearing themselves out, they aren't. It's baseball.
But, Tim, do you think Arenado just wanted to be top of mind? Or do you think he's talking to Goldie like, hey, what do you think? What are you hearing? What's going on?
There's just no way that they didn't have a conversation. They haven't texted.
Sure.
And obviously, they could communicate that way. But yeah, and by the way, I don't think there's a damn thing wrong with that.
No, I don't think anybody thinks it's wrong. I just wonder what Arenado's...
We're kind of in this mode around here, not necessarily this particular show or media in general, but I can kind of see it coming. And if he is here on opening day, there's the, self-rewarding standing ovation. Look at us. We're such great fans. He just wants to go. He's got a couple years left to play at a high level, and he wants to win a world championship, and he's handicapping the situation, and he doesn't think it's likely to be here this season. And so he wants to maximize his time. And I realize that doesn't mean he doesn't like St. Louis. I think everyone in the audience would agree the New York Yankees have a better chance of winning a World Series in 2025. So you don't have to apply morals to it. You just have to apply logic to it. And I think that's why he went. Why would a guy at 34 go, yeah, I'll get on a bus ride for 3.5 hours and go across the state? That's why he did it.
Well, I don't think nobody's mad about it.
No,
right?
I'm not saying anybody's. I'm not talking about him here. I'm just I see fan wise now that he's here, we're going to start doing the thing like, oh, and then give the standing ovation and the whole thing, and it kind of bores me because it oftentimes goes against logic and it goes into applying this guy's a good guy or a bad guy because he wants to be here. And in reality, he's a baseball player who's got a couple of years left, and he's had a Hall of Fame career, but he doesn't have success in the postseason, both individually and as a team, and he wants to experience that. So he's putting himself in a spot where he's more visible to a team that could be a place where he would go. Probably one of the only teams at this moment that would make sense for him to play.
No, I agree with it being a fit. I'm just wondering what he's thinking. Like, you go there, how does that change the trade possibilities? Is it just seeing Aaron Boone? Hey, what's up, Boone? And just kind of maybe even talking to him off to the side. And
I mean, anybody in business would tell you increase your chances of success in a face-to-face meeting over a text. So, I think it's just, what do I do today? I sit back and I play Panther National, or I get on the bus ride and, mess around on my phone or read for 3 hours and get a chance to see these guys face to face. And yeah, he is, of course, friends with Paul Goldschmidt. That's a real thing. That's not just a coincidental thing. He really is friends with Paul Goldschmidt. But, I think it was an opportunity and really kind of nothing to lose. But I also understand he can't say when asked about it, just like we were talking about with talking to Dennis Gates here in an hour. He can't say, yeah, it might be better if we don't have to play 3 games in 3 days in Nashville. I'm sure deep down Bruce Pearl's probably thinking that for what he's got with Auburn. But you can't say these things, so I understand it. But I'm talking about more of a fan base, because I think sometimes you have a portion of the Cardinal fan base. I don't necessarily think it's much in the TMA audience, and I'm kind of glad we don't have that portion in our listening audience, honestly, where you got to be all in on St. Louis and all in, and if you're not, then that means you're not. And it's not the case. He's just a guy who wants to win a world championship, and this organization, for the moment, is going in a different direction. And the Yankees are in the mix for a world championship, and one of the only places at the moment that it looks like he could possibly land and have a chance to win a world championship. So that's what I think it was about.
The shot we really needed wasn't Goldie hugging former teammates. We needed to see if Mo and Cashman are talking. Like if they were in a booth anywhere having conversations. And then Cashman says, we're out of money. And Mo's like, so are we.
Matt, did you know in the top of the fourth that Don Mattingly made the statement that it makes him think that the Stan Musial is in that body and running around here?
Sick. Oh, gosh.
Doug, that was John Lackey.
Yes, it was.
Who was enamored with the question, and for the record, insisted that he was not mocking the question when he said, sick. Even though it wasn't directed at him, it was directed at Matt Carpenter.
Right.
And Don Mattingly thought that Stan Musial was in his body.
Because Carpenter was having a huge
I don't really know what to say about that one.
I can see why you wouldn't.
Do you think the Yankees have been hit with that question by their
Babe
local
Ruth
Calvin?
running around in that body?
Lou Gehrig, Babe Ruth.
You guys brought up Occam's razor before.
Any chance? What do we got?
I got very interested in it. The term razor doesn't actually mean like a physical razor blade.
Like when you trim your shrubs with.
Precisely. It refers to shaving away of unnecessary assumptions when distinguishing between two theories. Pretty interesting.
Narrowing it down.
Right, shaving it away. That's the razor.
Who was Occam?
Yeah,
Some
that's that guy.
philosopher?
William of Occam, 14th century philosopher.
Okay.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth to it. It's
No,
usually the simple explanation is what the explanation
And
is.
for the record, I agree with you, Tim. It makes more sense show up in Tampa than sitting there playing golf at this point with everything that's still possible. I just wonder how it plays out. Like, how does it change the fact? Like, the Yankees don't care if he goes 0 for 3. Oh, now we're not trading for him. What is his actual mindset? Like, okay, I'll just kind of be seen and, like, remind them I'm still around. Like,
potentially have a conversation to see what the landscape is. I mean, that is, if you monitor the situation with Arenado in any potential spot, at this moment, both the Yankees fans are really concerned about third base, and obviously Arenado wanted to go to a team that had a chance to be in the mix for a championship. So it is the match that would make sense. Now, if he went over there and let's say Goldschmidt was playing for, the Twins, a team that's also announced that it's cutting back this year and did, and they were playing over in Fort Myers, then I would go, yeah. I totally get that, but the Yankees thing, it just stands to reason. And I think, by the way, if I were his representation, Joel Wolfe, I would say that's the right thing to do. Yeah. So I think it makes sense.
Maybe the agent even said, hey, show up in Tampa. Well, I was planning on playing. No, show up in Tampa.
Go to Tampa.
The Twins did give us Michael Hellman, so if things...
All right, you're right. Maybe they aren't pulling back.
So maybe we should thank the Twins.
M-I-Z.
I'm there's just a disappointed ZOU from Mr. Hellman.
He was very upset that he did.
Nice guy, though.
He was mad at himself.
Really nice guy. Big fan.
Jackson, we're an hour away. Have you started to fine-tune your questions for head coach Dennis Gates when he joins us on the Callier and Thompson
What do you
phone lines?
got?
Yeah, I have the question about sports psychology.
I like that question.
Thank you. And I'll concede my earlier complaints about the season in December when I was talking about too many guys. Now you look at the team and they'll sub in a guy for 2-3 minutes and he'll go make an impact and he hadn't played all game. And I think you could attribute that to playing earlier in the season, big minutes all across the board. So I'm curious what he thinks on that. If the reasoning behind the big, deep team is because of getting minutes in early and then tightening up later in the season. And I'll word it better.
Is there any chance that this is going to sound like the Chris Farley show at some point?
Like where I'm so squeamish that like I almost vomit on myself?
Remember when you guys beat Kansas and you got on the microphone?
You kind of sound like Buffalo Bob there.
Well, it keeps going back to tucking today, doesn't it?
Yeah, Ted Levine. Stupid. That's what I'll do if I mess
now
up.
People are going to grab that. They're going to grab that off YouTube.
That's fine.
You're now a GIF, buddy.
I've been a GIF.
Yeah. Chairman Kurt makes some wonderful gifts. Oh, did you just make it? He's in the process right now of making it.
It'd be impressive if he made the GIF in 8 seconds
Chairman Kurt doesn't mess around.
He's quick fingers.
You're welcome to participate in the program. So many different ways to do so. Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Texting in 314-399-9646. And emailing in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And, of course, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and that is at youtube.com/TMASTL. Martin, could you tell the people about Design Air because they are the sponsor of the email today?
1904, that's when it began for Seth Goldcamp's family, and it continues to be a family-run business. Love those stories of families that stick together and have a great company and, last 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. 1904, that's when it began. Also a long-running sponsor here on TMA, the longest-running sponsor. I think people call up Seth and just say, hey, I heard you're the longest-running. It's sort of a badge of honor. And the listeners know when the furnace acts up in the wintertime or the AC in the summertime. DesignAirService.com, that's the website to go to. Set up the appointment online when spring starts to give way to summer. Make sure you get that air conditioner tuned up before you flip the switch. They've got great technicians. They are not sales folks in technicians gear. No, they make sure that they're there to do the repairs and not upsell you. If you need a new HVAC unit, they'll let you know, but they are not there with that in mind. Get you back up and running with Design Air. Again, 4th generation family-owned business, heating, cooling for all your needs. It's DesignAirService.com.
There it is. Sponsor of the email of the day. Send yours in. Buck Swopen, JV golf coach, tied with 5 wins apiece in the month of February. 2 more Design Air Heating and Cooling emails of the day in the month of February. Email the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Our Stiefel dossier. Robert Thomas with us at 8:15. Missouri head coach Dennis Gates joining us at 8:45. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Washington Capitals. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, it is going to be a 90s hip-hop day per your request.
Okay, I wanted it. I wanted this one bad.
Jackson, would you put this on the Mount Rushmore of 1990s rap?
It's tough for me to say.
Because it predates you?
Yeah, I feel like I wasn't around during the conversations that were going on. I wasn't buying the CDs right then and there and listening on my Walkman.
You didn't have a Napster account?
Or LimeWire. They actually had someone come to our school once, maybe in early middle school, and tell us if you were using LimeWire and downloading this pirated music, you go to jail. and at 12 years old, we were all shaking our boots. Think we were going to go to jail for downloading Justin Timberlake's Sexy Back.
You think anyone ever went to jail for that? Probably not.
Probably the guy who started it, but I can't imagine the users would be going to jail for using it.
I thought the problem with that was viruses that would get in your computer if you downloaded that stuff.
No, that's my browser's account.
Yeah, there's other sites where that will happen, but I don't know if that was the issue.
TMA 101 ESPN shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. The 8 o'clock hour is sponsored by Fisher Window and Door Store. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, 45 minutes away from on our Stiefel dossier. Dennis Gates making his debut, and me and Martin and Doug are going to put our headphones down and walk away and say, Jackson, this is your time. And essentially, you just have a one-on-one phone conversation with Jackson Burkett and Dennis Gates coming up at 8:45.
Did Mike Shannon do that to Joe Buck, or was it Jack? They would get up and walk out of the booth and just say, here you go. Call the 6th. I'll be down the hall. And then Joe would just have to call the game. Hi, everybody.
And it's framed as an opportunity for the young buck, but really it was an excuse.
Announcer. Maybe go get a vodka tonic.
Yeah, maybe a
mid-game tonic.
Yeah. Wet their beak a little.
Also on the Stiefel dossier at 8:15, Robert Thomas going to be with us as the Blues will try to keep the heater going as they take on the Washington Capitals this evening. That game in D.C. Back to St. Louis on Saturday to take on the Kings, and then off they go for a really long road trip, and that will include the trade deadline. Doug, I don't know if you had a chance to read this morning on ESPN.com, but it is fitting what you have been asking all of our guests.
What?
The trade deadline piece on ESPN.com. The Four Nations face-off was the full Binnington experience. He gave up a few goals that made one wonder if he should remain Team Canada starter, and then, when it mattered most, he turned into Dominic Hasek. There's a reason Coach John Cooper stuck with him. His best moments can be game-saving. If the Blues were ever going to move Binnington, now is the time. He has 2 more seasons at $6 million AAV with limited but still substantial trade protection. He has 18 teams on the no-go list. He turns 32 in July. It would take an offer that convinces the Blues to destabilize their goaltending battery and trade away a player who backstopped them to a Stanley Cup. It would also depend on whether the Blues are retooling or rebuilding in the short term. That on ESPN.com posted about 90 minutes ago. This is something that you have been saying ever since last Thursday night in Boston, when he essentially stole the Four Nations for Team Canada.
When he's on, he's as good as anybody, that's for sure. I think the Blues need this week to make that decision. See how they do in this week's games. They're 5 out of the wild card spot now behind Vancouver, and the Canucks have a game in hand. So there's still a ways to go, but they're still in it at the same time. I would be inclined to hang with him right now and see how the week goes. And if you're any closer, hang with him the rest of the way. But if some contender is going to give you a big package of players, you'd have to strongly consider it. After this week. I
What do you think, Mark?
wouldn't do anything this week.
I think you could trade him this summer as well. I don't think they're going to try and keep. I mean, if you're going to pay Hofer, his deal's up this summer. I think he's restricted, but he's going to get a decent raise. I think if you wanted to trade Binnington or thought, and I realize his market right now in this moment is probably as good as it's going to be over the next 6 months. Mm-hmm. But you could still trade him in the summer. Somebody needs a starting goalie. So if you feel like you need to move on, save that money, invest in Hofer, I think you could wait till the summer and do that. And then that gives you the chance to ride out this season to see what happens.
But if it's a contending team, they're probably more desperate now.
Yes, I agree with that.
You might get more now. You have better leverage.
So much of the Blues situation at this point is really kind of out of their hands. Now, I do realize if they go on a heater and win, 80% of their remaining games, there's a very good chance they're going to get in. But there are so many teams fighting for one spot. The Canucks blew a 2-goal lead last night and wound up going to overtime with the Kings, and then they were able to win it in overtime. So now they are in that wild card spot that the Blues, Flames, and Utah are all within 5 points of each other on. So Vancouver's at 65, Flames at 64, Utah 61, Blues at 60. And then if you want to include the Ducks, which, by the way, is just alarming that they're there. I think Jamie Rivers made reference to that with us yesterday, because sometimes they look like they just have zero interest, kind of the Kraken's approach 2 nights ago, and yet they're sitting there 1 or 3 points back of the Blues, but they have 2 games in hand. So Daddy Padre is with the Blues as one of their goaltenders, and so this is kind of bold. I mean, we don't have Armstrong on today, but we do have Daddy Padre texting in, and he says, "I will bet anyone on this show that he will not get traded." Doug, do you want to say
any point, or just in the next
Daddy
week,
Padre,
in the next
follow up
week and a half? Because I think he could get traded, very well could this summer. I would agree that I don't think they're going to trade him in the next week and a half. I just don't think I just think the optics are even bad on it. Although Army is cold-hearted, it's all about business. I don't think it'll happen. I agree with Padre if we're talking over the next week and a half. Summertime bets are off.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, it all depends on what you can get. It's hard to know in hockey what you're going to get, what kind of value a player has. We've seen good players traded for not much, and we've seen players traded for players who turned out to be a real difference maker. So it's so hard to know what you're going to get in return.
Well, the Barbashev trade, was it 2 years ago? We got the Zach Dean. Oh, we got Zach Dean. And we've already forgotten about him. Yeah, but in the moment, it's like, we got Dean. Okay.
If they were to trade Binner, they'd have to get a top goalie prospect as part of a package in case Hofer's not an everyday guy. That text comes from the Grumpy Cornhole.
Well, why is he so grumpy, and what's wrong with his cornhole?
Grumpy Cornhole, you can call in, and Doug has some questions for you.
Be prepared to answer Doug's questions.
Robert Thomas is going to join us coming up at 8:15. In the article, they also talk about the possibility of trading Braden Schenn. That is not necessarily a new conversation. Also listed in that same category, which is elite players with term tier, is former Blue Ryan O'Reilly. With regard to Schenn, Schenn has 34 points in 59 games this season and is signed through 2028 with a $6.5 million cap hit and no trade clause. He's a core player with the Blues, but trading him would fit into a grand St. Louis tradition of players getting the captaincy and then playing elsewhere a few seasons later. The Leafs have been heavily speculated as a potential landing spot for Braden Schenn.
He'd be a great piece for some playoff team. He's a playoff type of a guy. He brings a lot of energy, plays the physical game for sure. But you'd hate to lose him, too, if you think there's any sliver of a chance you're going to get in the playoffs this year.
And it's mentioned that both Schenn and O'Reilly could be heavily sought after at the deadline because the market is thin for centers.
Yeah. And we love Schenn playing his 1,000th game tonight, but he's making $6.5 million, I think, for 3 more years. I guarantee, as much as the franchise loves Schenner, can we call him Schenner, Jax? Is that all right?
I love it.
Thanks, Walt.
Jackson speaking in drops today.
In hockey stuff, what do I know?
Oh, you defer to the drops.
Yeah.
I love your self-awareness going into the Gates interview. I think that's good.
No.
I think if they could unload Schenn's salary, they'd be relieved. $6.5 million for 3 more years.
I agree. And his value right now is...
It's only going to go down.
I agree. I am on the same
And he's the
page
greatest
with
guy. I
you.
love Schenn. But I think if Army could find a team desperate for a little help at the deadline...
He's got a lot of sandpaper in his game.
Yeah.
How many feet does he play, Doug?
200.
Yeah. I'm trying to be inquisitive.
I don't want to, pit province versus province, but I prefer all the guys from Saskatchewan. I mean, think about Chaser, Bernie Federico,
Tweet that
Shannon.
out.
There's the Sasky boys.
Daddy Padre, who again is inside the room with the team this morning at the skate in Washington, says you don't move Shen unless someone takes all that $6.5 million. This is a TMA exclusive.
Well, that would kind of be the point for the Blues for trading him, is get out from under the contract.
Sources close to the situation are telling us, Doug.
You're big boy. Big boy.
That's him right there.
right.
You're telling me he's in the locker
That's
room
our
with
source.
this information?
That is our source.
He's not in the locker room.
Robert Thomas actually is, and he is going to be with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. That is coming up here on the program. And then at 8:45, making his TMA debut. I wonder if he's nervous.
I have to think. He knows he's going to be held accountable.
Dennis Gates. And what are you going to hold him accountable for?
Oh, I don't know. I'm actually, I have another question that's probably towards the end on his thoughts on suits versus quarter zips. Because he's all suit all the
Jackson's
time.
going to have a big interview.
He's all suit. He only wears a suit on the sideline. What he thinks of coaches who go, quarter zip and pants, as opposed to the suit.
This is your time, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think we all can agree the suit's a better look on the sideline.
Yeah, but he's not going to trash another coach for not wearing a suit.
Well, I just want his thoughts on why he goes suit when so many go quarter zip.
Was he all suit and tie at Cleveland State?
I believe so.
Okay.
What would you wear as head coach?
Suit. Kidding me?
Pat Riley? You'd slick your hair back like Pat Riley?
Not really because I'd want to, because out of necessity. But I love when a coach takes the jacket off and slams it down.
Yeah, that's a
Nate
nice
Oates could take a lesson instead of slamming down clipboards. The only reason he got teed up in that game is because the clipboard broke. If it just hit the ground, I think he'd been okay.
There you go, Doug. Keep an eye on your clipboard when you're coaching at St. Kitty's.
You can't break a suit jacket when you throw it down the floor. Or you throw it in the
break
seat.
a suit jacket.
Think about that, Martin.
You could wrinkle it.
You sure can. You don't want to do that.
No.
I'm sure he's got a pretty good dry cleaning situation.
I imagine so.
I can't speak to the dry cleaning service in Tuscaloosa, but I can speak to the personal injury lawyers in St. Louis, and I would tell you about Brown and Krupp and Ed Herman in
there
here.
it is.
Ed Herman in here, and what a delightful conversation on Tuesday. Andy Kruppen, Terry Kruppen, regulars on the program, and they have now been sponsors, the presenting sponsor of TMA for a couple of years, and we are grateful for their support. If you are in a spot where you need personal injury lawyers, you're going to want somebody local in the St. Louis area. Founded their business in the St. Louis area in 1979, and they pride themselves on being key members of the St. Louis community. They're online at brownandcruppen.com, or you can call a number that is easy to remember, 314-222-2222. It's brownandcruppen.com, and when you call, let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Coming up on TMA on 101 ESPN, Robert Thomas joining us. You can watch the conversation at youtube.com/TMASTL. That's next here on The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Kruppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. This is The Morning After. It's 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you on the program as Chairman Kurt mans the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Coming up on our Stiefel dossier, Robert Thomas in this segment, and Missouri head coach Dennis Gates with us, making his TMA debut at 8:45. That is all coming your way here in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. It is now our pleasure to join Robert Thomas right here on 101 ESPN. Doug, I would imagine he's in Washington. Otherwise,
hopefully
he better get on his horse. Morning, Robert. How you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. How are you?
Good. Let's talk about what's going on here since the break. Now, you've been playing well for a while, but you guys put on a clinic on Tuesday night, went up against two of the best teams in the game on Saturday and Sunday, and I'm sure internally you're thinking, yeah, we probably should have gotten all 4 points there. What's going on that's making things work for you guys since you've come out of the Four Nations break?
Yeah, I think just a little reset. I think for a lot of guys it was a good thing. A lot of guys put in a lot of work over the break, and I think it's showing coming out of the break. We had some good practice time, which we tweaked a couple things and got some confidence going in the group. And yeah, last game against Seattle was awesome. A lot of guys got in on the scoring, and that stuff's really good for the team. And we're looking to carry that into tonight.
That's got to help to have a game like that just every once in a while, because it feels like every game is so tense and tight. It's a goal lead. You're down a goal. You're up a goal. It's going to overtime. That's pretty rare when it happens. How does it play out when you're on the ice? I mean, you're not going to relax, but it's got to be a little bit of a mental relief.
Yeah, definitely. We've gotten beaten up once or twice this year, so it's nice to be on the other side of it.
Tonight you're going up against Ovechkin, who may just break the all-time record for goals this year. When you were first coming up as a young player, did you ever have one of those, oh, wow, I can't believe I'm on the ice with this guy type of moments?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you're on with, Ovi or Crosby, it's the same feeling, just really cool. Obviously, I think everyone in the league's tuning in when he's playing and watching his kind of goal chase. And, he came out of the break kind of hot, so we'll look to shut him down and not have it tonight.
Robert Thomas, our guest here on 101 ESPN. You can also live stream it via the Dobbs Tire and Auto Center's 101 ESPN app. Robert, sometimes the listeners send in questions, and driver Rob has sent one in, Doug. He says, regarding Saturday's game, how much was he trying to get a hat trick on his mind? How many hat tricks has he gotten? Is that ever on the mind of a player? I would have to think it is. And if anything, it's usually noticeable that the teammates are trying to get the guy the puck, especially if the net's empty.
No hat tricks for me. Maybe one day, but honestly, it doesn't bother me too much. I've had lots of chances, and when it comes, it comes. I'm not too worried about it.
Do you have a hole in one?
No. I don't have that either.
Gosh, no. What would you rather have?
That one bothers me a little bit.
There you go. See, I dug in there. I thought there might be. But there are great players who don't have holes in one. I think a hole in one's a hell of a lot more lucky than anything else.
Yeah, no, I would agree. That was clever of you.
Yeah,
that was very clever.
Robert's starting to recognize the greatness. He talked about Ovechkin, he talked about Crosby, and now he talks about Tim McKernan.
Good for you, Robert. Third and not first.
Thank you. You're right.
I give you one little compliment and you run with it like that.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm a real bad narcissist, brother.
That'll be a promo running nonstop. Robert Thomas agrees. Tim's the best. Maybe even more so than Ovechkin. What about at a younger league? You had to have hat tricks coming up as a kid, right?
Yeah. Okay. I've had
1,000 of them.
What was the best game? What was the best game you ever had as a little kid?
I don't know. Probably junior hockey. I think I had four goals, 2 assists. And what was funny was it was actually, so me and Kyrou were kind of racing each other. This was our last year in junior, and I go out have back game, and I'm like, I'm catching him. Like, there's no way. I go and check my phone after, and he had 7 points that night. And I was like, what the hell? Like, what can I do? So that was pretty funny.
What about personally for you? You're on a 7-point game, 7-game point stretch here. What's been the difference for you?
Yeah, I think just simplifying a little bit, being in better spots, and I think it's led to overall getting the puck more, and plays are kind of just happening, and instead of trying to force it. And I think that's been a big key for me, just relaxing a little bit and letting the game come to me.
How do guys in the room handle all the trade talk, all the rumors? Shenner talked about it the other day. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's out there. Some of it might be real, maybe some of it's not. What about as a team? How do you guys approach that?
Yeah, obviously there's nothing you can do to control it, what kind of happens other than playing. So I think we're focused on just playing. We came out of the break with some confidence and swagger, and we don't want to be sellers, and it's on us to go out there and prove it, and that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, Robert, that's where I was going with my next question. How do you guys view this situation? Doug Armstrong was on with us from the Four Nations last week, and I kind of think he was in the mindset going in that, probably in sell mode, not as obvious of a situation as it was a couple of years ago with O'Reilly and Tarasenko and Barbashev, but probably in sell mode. But we'll see what happens against the Jets and Avalanche, and then you guys kind of make the decision tough for them. So internally, I'm sure there might be some conversations here and there privately about, the trades, and you hear this. But internally, as far as the team mindset, because you guys are in the mix, it's probably for one spot. But are there conversations about that? There was at one point you guys were on a heater, and then January things cooled off and kind of were in a spot where it looked like you might be on the outside looking in. What about the team mindset after picking up 5 or 6 points, and where you stand with the Canucks and Flames?
Yeah, to be honest, we're just looking at the next couple games. We go out, we have a great one tonight against Washington. Then you got LA, Dallas. That's where you're going to make your mark, and I think that's our main focus is, we play well, get good results there. Then it's going to make the decision harder, and that's all we can really control and focus on.
You notice any difference in Binnington's? I mean, his demeanor is always sort of flat line. That's kind of how he does it. But since he came back from the Four Nations, do you think there's a little extra bounce with him?
Yeah, I would say he's got a little bit of a swagger back. I think it's awesome to see. It's fun to be a part of. And, just continuing to get better. I mean, the way he plays the puck was amazing before the break. I think he's even stepped that up a little bit with his confidence, and it's a huge help. And obviously, he's a massive part of our team.
All right, don't let the fact you don't have a hole-in-one get into your kitchen tonight. Please.
You think if he has a bad game, that's on me?
I don't want. Yeah, because I'm going to put that on Tim. So I want you to flush that immediately. Let's focus on the Capitals, okay?
All right,
Robert. Always appreciate the time, man. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, guys.
That's Robert Thomas with us here on TMA, Callier and Thompson phone lines. Robert Thomas, a guest of the program once a week, and he is playing some good hockey. The team's playing some good hockey, and an opportunity to make it 7 of 8 possible points if they can go to Washington and beat the Capitals tonight. Puck drop here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. Pregame gets underway at 5 p.m. It is 8:27 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. And Jackson Burkett is 18 minutes away from talking to Missouri head basketball coach Dennis Gates. Jackson, how do you feel the emotions? How do you feel the nerves? I mean, this show, Martin took on Chris Nagel, who's one of the best area golfers next to me at Meadowbrook.
Did he lemming himself?
Yes.
Does Tim go third person?
He does sometimes.
Yeah, that's the second time in the segment. And you were number one on the tee box. Mm-hmm. And there actually were people gathered around Martin. It was kind of alarming at Meadowbrook. And Jackson struck the ball pure with a beautiful left to right flight on that dogleg right, Meadowbrook number 1. You've risen to the occasion before. I think we beat Nagel 6-5. He didn't know what hit him. Mm-hmm. Do you feel like this moment is similar to that moment with all St. Louis watching your every move?
Yeah, in moments like this, I actually learned the lesson from spring training. It's not the nerves are natural, but the shifting that nervous anxiety to being grateful. You know, how often I love watching Mizzou basketball more than anything in the world. I love watching the Tigers, and to get the chance to talk it over with the head coach of my favorite team on 101 ESPN.
Sure.
That's a time to be grateful, not to be nervous.
Isn't that beautiful? That's a beautiful thought.
Sentiment.
So we're going to be
the
grateful.
return of Ed Herman. All of a sudden, we're
No, we're going to be grateful. That's how you handle the anxiety.
How can you not love this guy?
It's
He doesn't like hockey. That's fine. But how can you not appreciate his gratitude?
Yeah, it's about being gracious. It's about being great. We're thankful that you get the opportunity to do so, you know, and then everything else will fall in line.
Are you old enough to appreciate what Norm Stewart did for Mizzou basketball?
No, man. Norm was gone in '99, so Jackson wasn't even a year old.
Ancient history.
I know the legacy. I know his impact on the program, but no, I wasn't alive really.
I think Coach Gates has gotten tight with it, or I shouldn't say tight.
Is that right? Really?
Well, I think not tight, but
he's talked about it. He's talked like anytime. Norm is not afraid to give him his thoughts on things, both good and bad, and he says they have a really good relationship.
That's actually one of my, if I'm allowed to ask a question, that was one of my questions.
You guys ask all of them.
Was about his Norm relationship. So, Jackson, I like that. Grateful over hateful. I like that.
Not necessarily hateful. Yeah, in general, that's absolutely. But in moments of being nervous, you know, if it's nervous in a situation like this, or like talking with the Cardinals players last week in the clubhouse, opportunity to be grateful. You grow up watching a team your whole life. You get a chance to talk to these guys, talk to Dennis Gates. Man, be grateful.
How about that?
Yeah. I'm wondering for Norman Dale. This one goes out to Gene.
Gene Hackman, Norman Dale. Did he talk about being grateful?
He probably would have if they made a sequel.
He was kind of a banty rooster.
And not, I wouldn't have liked him as my coach.
It was implied that there might have been some violence at a previous stop before he got to Hickory High.
Yeah, he's coaching girls, and I hate the 5 passes before you shoot. That's a terrible coaching strategy.
Use it at St. Gabriel's. Look at all the banners.
Well, and then he left 4 guys on the court. I know he's trying to make a statement, but you know, you should put a 5th guy out there.
Should we ask Gates if he likes to run the old picket fence?
Yeah,
when they're
get caught watching the paint dry.
Timeout late in the game.
Do you like to give coaching responsibilities to the town drunk?
Was Norman Dale, is any of that Bob Knight influence? Was it written that way, or did they sort of extrapolate a little bit?
I wondered about that too.
Like, because it's Indiana and it's the...
It'd be surprising if that wasn't in the writer's mind. You know, even if he wouldn't say it, the subconscious.
Right, just kind of the coach who could be kind of the bully.
But Bob Knight and Norman Dale didn't seem like they had a ton. I mean, fiery, but, you know, coaches can be fiery. A lot of coaches are fiery.
Yeah. Bobby Knight was kind of the extreme example of the out-of-control coach.
Well, speaking of which, friend of the program, Dan Hurley, had a situation last night, Doug, for his UConn Huskies. Who were they playing last night? Jackson, you might have a chance of knowing. I know I'm crowdsourcing right here.
The UConn Huskies last night played Georgetown.
That's right. And he was asked about Georgetown's press, but he took the question the wrong way. Take a listen.
Okay.
We got to get the time.
I thought it'd be
He's
longer.
going from grateful to hateful, Martin.
No,
He actually sniped it.
It's important to hear the beginning, and I'm about to hit it right when Tim's done with his sentence, and Doug's like, hit the lever, pal.
Doug is ready for it. Jackson, are you ready?
Step over.
So ready for that soundbite.
3, 2, 1.
I mean, I think the press has been an asshole to me the whole year. Oh, wait, you mean the... Oh, I thought you meant... There's people acting far worse than me. What was that? I didn't know what you were talking about there. I'm sorry.
The press, meaning the media.
Right.
But do you think...
He thought that they were asking about the media. The reporter was asking about the press that Georgetown employed against UConn last.
Do you believe that, or do you think he was kind of just being a wise ass? Just kind of having fun with it? Well, maybe could you hit it one more time?
Yeah. You
3, 2, 1.
I mean, I think the press has been an asshole to me the whole year.
Like he kind of wanted to just put that out there. I think
the second thing where he was like, that seemed genuine. So I don't know. In fairness, I also didn't hear the question that the reporter asked. If I could hear that, like if he had a long question about the press, it'd be surprising if he was like, "Oh, I thought you were talking about the media." People say the media now too. I feel like the press is kind of an antiquated term.
Yeah, I do agree with the other.
There's not a lot of press anymore.
Unless you have that hat that says press on the side. Mm-hmm. Hey, Slugger, can I get a quote?
Glory days.
Slugger.
How about a quote, Slugger?
And then you're on the dining car on the train. Mm-hmm. Babe Ruth runs by with a naked prostitute. I didn't see a thing. Don't you worry.
Why do they all have to talk like that?
Like Edward G. Robinson?
Mm-hmm. Like
Chicago's my town, see? Edward G. Robinson.
Radio admin.
You're welcome to participate in the program. A lot of people are pulling for you, Jackson, for real. In the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And, of course, you can watch the conversation that we'll be having with Missouri head coach Dennis Gates, youtube.com/TMASTL. Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of our YouTube chat here on TMA. youtube.com/TMASTL. And you're always welcome to call on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. So many different ways to watch the show, listen to the show, and interact with the show. And maybe you can meet Martin Kilcoyne at an event that Martin has coming up here in just like 17 days, I don't know, something like that.
Closing in March 15th, so that would be the night before Selection Sunday. Maybe I'll give a bracket breakdown.
Talk about the tournament.
Yeah, maybe Tim will swing by and do a tournament breakdown. We also have Marshall Faulk, Jackie Smith on the dais. It's a football conversation, fun event, but also raising money for veteran causes. The folks in Perryville that run the Missouri's National Veterans Memorial once a year have a fundraising event in St. Louis and always turn it into a fun night out. That'll be at the Frontenac Hilton Saturday, March 15th. Talking football with Marshall Faulk, Jackie Smith. Probably get into a little bit of the Deion Sanders angle, how he ended up getting Marsh to get back into the coaching world. We'll do all of that, raising money for the veterans. You can get tickets, buy a table if you're a company or a corporate group out there. Bring your employees. It'll be a fun night. 573-517-5132. That's the phone number to call, 573-517-5132. Going to be a great night. Saturday, March 15th, the Frontenac Hilton, raising money for our veterans.
There you go. That is coming up. Also in college basketball last night, as we get ready for Coach Dennis Gates to join us here in about 10 minutes, Tommy Izzo.
Oh, Tommy. Tommy
Izzo going up against Maryland last night. And here is how it played out.
Hit the lever pail.
That was
Timing
fair.
is everything in this business.
Are you spooked now, so you just wait and wait and wait?
You got the yips like Barkley over the ball?
No, my fault. I thought we were going to break. We were go.
Gillespie for three. Goal or no. Holloman looks the clock. Half court for the win. Oh my goodness. Holloman from half court to win it on the road.
Tommy Izzo, already considered to be a 2 seed, and they get the win. What, Maryland's top 15 team?
I think it was 16, but it's a road win at College Park.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, that was an awesome game.
Take a dagger, 58-55. How do you do?
That's why, I love college basketball. I obviously love the NBA. I love college basketball a lot, too. And, each game by game, you don't necessarily, it's not the end of the world for Maryland that they lost that game. But the energy that you get in college basketball is just so seldom replicated. Like, the energy in the building that night, that last night for the Maryland-Michigan State game, it's tough to, take your eyes off it because it's electric in there.
If we can, and I'm not saying that this is the case, but for the purpose of the conversation.
Sure.
Establish that Major League Baseball, NHL, NBA, NFL, college football, and college basketball, as far as the professional leagues / NIL leagues in the United States, are the most prominent.
Yeah.
If we can agree on that.
Yes.
I am of the opinion that without question, college basketball has the greatest home court ice field advantage of them all. But I'm curious if you guys share that opinion.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, the stats would bear that out for sure.
Yeah. Momentum is such a real thing in basketball, and if you get the crowd going on your side, Alabama, Missouri is a great example. Every time Bama would make a little comeback, Missouri would score, crowds right back into it, momentum right back to Missouri.
And so many games come down to the call. Did you get it? Sure. Did it go your way or the other way? And the referees being human, it seems that they tend to side with the home team. They get caught up in the excitement.
Absolutely agree with that.
It does feel like the most intimate environment. Even at hockey, you have a little plexiglass or something keeping you away. In football, do you boo the ref? Yeah, but there's 10 of them running around. Basketball, there's a collection of guys with a whistle. Fans could literally storm the court at any minute.
The coach is 2 feet away from them.
It's a more intimidating setting, which I do think affects the calls and just that intimacy, that atmosphere.
I also think, Martin, that one of the reasons is you have guys who now, some are 17, who are playing, but 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I realize there are occasional outliers. Missouri certainly has some of those this year. And just psychologically, that is going to have a greater impact on you at that age than as you grow up. And then you also have financial security, which probably calms you away from the court and on the court. And now I realize there can be some financial security for college players. But I just think that is the reason why it has the greatest impact of the 6 listed.
We're like comparing Tom Brady walking into Arrowhead, he's 40. He's not exactly going to crap the bed. He's like, I'm fine. You want to boo me? I don't care.
Right.
It's fine.
That's why I think the sports psychology with Gates, I'm very interested in, because exactly that. Like, you have Anthony Robinson, he's a sophomore, 19-year-old guy, like, and he's the ball handler in big situations on the road. Like, that takes some stones, man. So I think that's an interesting angle to the coaching side.
What is the most intimidating or the toughest college basketball? Mine is St. Gabe's, because that's different.
Right.
Well, it's great.
And the outcome's been determined before the opening.
They're already printing the trophies today.
Cameron.
Banners for sure.
Cameron Indoor?
Because I think it's
also
so
cozy,
intimate.
right?
It's so intimate. And so, like, the idea, like, most student sections are on the baseline. They fill up the entire court length on the side with people going nuts the whole time. They can reach out and touch you, basically.
Kansas does too, don't they?
It's different as far as the intimacy goes, but I would put Kansas on. If we're, you ever doing a Mount Rushmore before on Sports Talk Radio?
I don't think so. I don't even understand
so if you're doing Mount Rushmore of intimidating atmospheres, Martin, I bet you got one that's outside of Fog Allen and Cameron Indoor.
No, I was just trying to think.
They talk about Auburn being nuts.
The jungle.
But usually they're just not as good as they are this year, so they don't fall in line with Duke and Kansas.
Boy, when Tatum was at Duke, I proposed that we go cover him and do kind of an in-depth piece on his life in college. We all knew it was only going to be 1 year. And I think Charlie's like, no, dude, who's going? I said, I need to go to that one. He's like, oh, really? I wouldn't cover that. I'm like, I just think it's a Martin vehicle. And of course, it got rejected.
Damn.
The
too expensive.
The trip was not approved. And I said, hey, he's kind of a big deal. He might even be good in the NBA. It'd be kind of fun to get in on him now.
You feel vindicated now?
Yeah, just a little bit. They always called Albuquerque. It was called the Pit.
Yeah.
When you would go
throw
play
that basketball up the tunnel.
I went to Pauley Pavilion back in the day, right? Because the teams were so good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But now a lot of the fans, it's not the same. It's quiet in a lot of the buildings. Just not as many kids. Like Mizzou Arena is great now. Got a little quiet last year. Got a little quiet during Kim
Assembly
Anderson.
Hall, Indiana.
St. Louis U doesn't have as many kids at the games as you'd want.
Yeah.
I do think in many ways basketball is the perfect sport.
Hell yeah, Doug.
Because
wow,
hell yeah,
look
Doug.
at this. Well, you're putting Jackson in a good heads. It's like Herb Brooks in 1980 right here.
It's great exercise. There's not a whole lot of serious injuries. You can practice by yourself. You can play with 2, with 4, with 6, with 10. You can play indoors and outdoors.
Play forever, really.
Yeah. It's just kind of the perfect sport.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch. It's fun to play. As opposed to a lot of the other sports have major downsides. Like football, there's a lot of major injuries. Hockey, same thing. You got to have money to play hockey. You got to have a rink. Yeah.
Ball in the dream's all you need.
Yeah. Baseball, you can't really play on your own.
Yep.
You ever been 5'2", bro?
Well, when I was about 5th grade, I guess.
Yeah, but what about like now?
If I hunch over.
Dennis Gates is going to join us coming up on the other side of the commercial break. Are you ready? Jackson, are you?
Oh, yeah. I'm fired up.
All right. I can't wait for this. Dennis Gates next here on TMA 101, ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
No, we're not knocking on the door. We're busting in, and we ain't waiting.
Martin suggested playing the
Tiger Fight song.
Tiger Fight
This
song.
isn't the Tiger Fight song that I know.
I'm ready to fight.
Being occasionally sarcastic, said, "Oh, you ought to play that thing where the frat guys got together."
You were kidding, right?
Right, and then we come back from break, and that's what I hear.
Oh, boy.
And I got to tell you, during the commercial break, the phone rang, and Jackson thought that it was Coach Dennis Gates, and he goes, "Oh boy," before he reached over. I mean, this is the moment, Doug.
I let him know that you guys are a bunch of Mizzou geeks on this show.
Well, there's one today, though, who is even more enthused than even Doug and myself and Chairman Kurt, who's also a Missouri fan, and that is Jackson Burkett. It is our pleasure to welcome to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, here on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel, Missouri head basketball coach Dennis Gates. Coach, good morning.
Good morning to you all. Hopefully all is well with your family, friends, loved ones. Thanks for having me on.
Man, I like that. I like that greeting.
Great.
Right.
Coach, do you still walk into the press conference and he goes around and he does the fist bump with all the media?
Yes, absolutely. I go around one by one just saying hello to every single person that's in the media room.
Even Gabe DeArmond?
Even the Colonel?
Even the Colonel. Wow.
Hey, even if I got bad press, I still knuckle bump everybody.
I bet it limits the bad press when you get to know everybody and they get to know you and feel like you're kind of friendly.
Well, you never know whose life you can impact as it relates to you guys got a tough job to do as media. And what I try to do is just ease whatever difficulty there is, just because you have to, narrate a story. And no one's out to get anybody. I just look at it as a part of my job, part of my responsibility and duty. And you guys have a great job that you do to narrate to our fans and everyone that's excited about Missouri basketball.
Coach, how about for you on that same topic? I mean, you're on the John Rothstein show, you're on Jim Rome, you're on Feinbaum. How different does everything feel a year ago when you guys were struggling? Isn't it crazy how your world has flipped? I know you haven't changed, but just the interest in you and your program?
Hey, I'm just still in the media. It's just a different topic this year.
How did you weather that storm? Mike Kelly told me, he said, this guy's the same as last year, same as he ever was, but it had to be tough personally to get through that.
I have an even temperament, but I go back to my mentor, Leonard Hamilton, and he going 0-18 during his time at Miami. And the stories that he would tell me, some mentors, they give you sort of confidence and even experience through the stories that they tell you regarding cutting down nets and championships, but also those mentors, that's what makes them special. Because they use full transparency in not only the good days, but the bad days as well, the days where it was really tough. And that's what I got from Coach Ham, and it was constant communication during that year as I was going through that.
Missouri head coach Dennis Gates with us here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN. You can watch our conversation as well at youtube.com/TMASTL. Coach, I'm curious if, let's say in October, you had an idea of what you had with this team. Can you sense it as a coach? I mean, we're talking about going back to whether you were a grad assistant at Marquette.
Thank you.
I had to reference that for Martin. And all through your years, whether it be with Coach Leonard Hamilton in Tallahassee or whether you would be at Cleveland State or your time in Columbia. Can you tell in advance of a season what you got, and then does it oftentimes match up with how things play out?
Absolutely. I knew this team was special in June when we had all the personalities and every kid, every coach in the same room when we were doing team building with our sports psychologist, Dr. Joe Carr. You do a lot of forecasting in basketball, and you kind of get a sense of the growth potential of a team. So I looked at the potential as I heard every kid communicate, as well as every kid start to click and connect with each other. And then once I saw how they responded to me, I knew that we would be able to grow. I just didn't know at what point everyone else on the outside would figure out how talented this group was. And I'm just thankful for our staff and obviously everyone that put their hands into the decisions that we made to move forward.
Coach, you've been quoted saying that Caleb Grill, who's been outstanding this season, is going to be on your staff one day. What do you see in a player where you can recognize that, so far in advance? Did you see the same thing in Trey Gomillion from 2 years ago, who's now on your staff at the moment?
Well, you see their basketball IQ, you see their competitive nature, you see their impact. Caleb Grill is averaging about 14 points, shooting 44% from the three, 50% from the field, 83% from the free throw line. But you see a kid's level of toughness, you see their temperament, you see how they react to their teammates in difficult moments. But I'm proud of Caleb Grill's growth, his maturation. He's a captain for me, and I know good and well these things wouldn't be possible without what he puts into our team and his identity. So you look at that, and if a kid can impact the room, they can lead people, they have a pretty good chance of being a coach one day.
Coach, I'm curious about the relationship with Norm Stewart, such a legend around the program, and I know anytime he can come around, you guys love it. Just tell me how you two have been able to connect.
Well, I'll just say this. Norm Stewart from day one has put his arms around me and our program consistently. You have to understand everything that he's been able to do. It doesn't fit on a sheet of paper. And he's been a coach at Missouri from 1967 all the way to 1999. He's won 634 games. 634 games in one place, and obviously throughout his career, 730. So for me, he's a Hall of Fame guy with a statue out front of Mizzou Arena, and also his name is cemented on the court that we play on night in, night out. So I wanted to embrace everything that he has done here and obviously establish a friendship. And I'll tell you one thing, Norm tells me the truth, nothing but the truth, and all of the truth. On my good days, he'll probably whisper, but on my bad days, he'll be the loudest voice in the room or on the phone.
He didn't have much of a filter when he was 40. I suppose there's nothing left at this point. We saw you take to the microphone at the end of that Alabama game and tell the fans not to rush the court. Was that to send the message that act like we've been here before, we've beaten other big teams, or was that to save $500,000?
Well, the safety of the student athletes are important. The safety of our opponents are important. The safety of even the students that's rushing the court on a steep bleacher is important. And I think the holistic approach is making sure everybody's safe. Now, do I want our guys and our people to understand that I want this expectation? Absolutely. Absolutely. That's something that we think about. But I also wanted to save $500,000 to $1 million so we can make sure there's some money in NIL or something like that.
No.
Well, the Kansas one, it wasn't the opposite. Like they announced, don't rush the court, and I thought you might have been a little miffed there. Hey, let's enjoy this. We don't get to beat number one Kansas very often. Did it?
You rush the court against Kansas any day of the week, and obviously, for me, being one of two coaches here at Missouri to defeat a number one team in the country, along with Norm Stewart, that's something our fans need to enjoy. What I did was call a timeout, make sure Kansas got out the way, and I want those students, everybody, to enjoy it because it wasn't an announcement that could stop it.
Yeah, and Bill Self was very grateful for those actions. Jackson, I want to make sure you had an opportunity to ask a couple more questions here with Coach Gates.
Absolutely. Coach, someone that maybe doesn't stand out in the box score, but clearly his impact is great, is Josh Gray. Tell me a little bit about how he's impacted this team and how big of a loss it was not having him against Arkansas last weekend. Yeah,
that's a big opportunity for us, and obviously Josh Gray is a part of our success, and not having him on the road is definitely influenced the end and even the outcome of that game. But he is an unbelievable player, a great asset to us, and you have to understand he's played 27 games for us, averaged about 16 minutes, and his stats, 5 rebounds and 3 points, doesn't identify how important he is as an anchor to our system, offensively and defensively. And you can see how we jumped right back into rhythm as he inserted himself this past game against South Carolina, his alma mater, actually. And, you know, for me, it's just his experience, his ability to play at this level and the things that you can't teach him.
Yeah, when you talk anchors, then you know, big guy like Josh Gray, you go on the other side, Anthony Robinson, who's taken a huge leap this year into his sophomore season. Talk a little about how you've seen him mature through the summer and how he's kind of meshed in with a bunch of new guys and also some returning guys.
Well, the freshman jump is something that you got to identify in a couple individuals. Trent Pierce is another kid that made a freshman to sophomore jump, and then Ant Robinson, obviously, who we're speaking of. From a matrix standpoint, analytics, he has jumped tremendously in every category, and he's definitely been a starter for us, averaging up close to 10 points, 3 rebounds, three assists. But what you look at is how he's approached the game. The game has slowed down a lot for him, and defensively, he has done a tremendous job with his analytics alone, being able to average the amount of steals that he averages. He averages close to 2 steals a game, but now you add that to the amount of pressure and how he pushes. His three-point percentage has jumped 20-plus percentage points. His free throw attempts has doubled. His rebounding has almost doubled. His assists has tripled. And you just look at a young man right before our eyes just growing into a role where he's going to be all-conference player, hopefully junior and senior year.
Yeah. And this one's a personal one for me. I'm a big fan of the suit, Coach. I think it's great. Yeah. I love seeing a coach on the sideline in a suit. In the era of so many guys going quarter zip, which is fine, why choose the suit over the more casual approach?
Well, when I grew up and I wanted to become a coach, you know, I think about the pictures of John McClendon, who was the first African-American coach at a predominantly white institution at Cleveland State, given a chance. And then George Raveling, who's my mentor, Leonard Hamilton, and those guys. I just look at the narrative. What do I want my pictures when I one day become in the Hall of Fame inducted to look like? I'd rather have a suit and tie on than a quarter zip. That's just my identity. That's who I am. And you never know who you're going to impact, who's going to see you for the very first time. And first impressions are lasting impressions. So for me, I just want to preach excellence to my players and always be giving my very best.
How about that, Jackson? You were waiting to ask that question, then somehow the answer lived up to the expectation of the question. That's a great answer. That's a hell of a story.
Is there a brick wall around here?
Oh, you're going to run through it?
He's going to run through the brick wall.
I'll run through it twice, Coach. I'll run through it twice.
He's not tall enough for his club.
I was trying to explain to Jason.
Like I want to offer you a scholarship. How about that?
Oh, my goodness. Jackson Burkett has just gotten a scholarship at the University of Missouri.
Coach, you'd be surprised how good I am at getting water for other guys. He's real quick with it. Never spill.
Ladue High School class of 2016, maybe the 8th or 9th man on the team.
He was on a team that beat Jason Tatum, Coach, just so you know.
That's right.
Wow.
Hey, he has a winning personality. He can impact the locker room, and obviously he's a great teammate. So for me, that's part of the identity that I look at.
I tried to express to Jason, who is the great sports information director of Mizzou, I said, you need to let him know on this show here, everybody's a Mizzou guy except me. And, I mean, I love Mizzou. I grew up here, but I went to Marquette. I said, just look at that Gates resume. It all started in 03-04 on Tom Crean's squad. They had Travis Diener and Steve Novak. And, Coach, I just want everybody to know in Mizzou that it all started at Marquette.
So let me tell you this, okay? Brian Wardle, Cordell Henry, we were all on the same AAU program, and I was very close to going to Marquette with my AAU team.
Oh, wow.
Dwayne Wade is obviously a good friend, came from the same Illinois Warriors AAU program that we played in, and actually I just saw him this past summer. The best thing about it is those guys that really poured into Tom Crean and his vision and led Marquette to where they are now are really good friends of mine, and I'm happy about my childhood and obviously the many people, but my professional adult life definitely crossed paths. Coach Crean is an unbelievable coach and mentor to me. Still talk to him to this day. And, you know, Travis Diener was on that team that I was a GA on, Steve Novak. And those guys taught me how to be a coach. I'm just being honest with you, and I appreciate everything that they have done for me.
Wow, shout out. I'm going to tell Barb Keller. Coach Gates was on talking about
Barb Keller.
Yeah, Tim, there's always somebody a glue in the program, and Barb was kind of the glue. The coaches came and went, but she was always the glue and part of the pipeline. But, Tim, I'll let you sign it off with Coach Gates.
Well, Coach, this has been a pleasure. So many people have been texting in, absolutely loving this interview. Your first time on with us here on TMA, and I am especially thrilled for our young producer here, Jackson Burkett, as he he has just been offered a scholarship. And,
It's his first offer, really.
And yeah, I mean, I don't think he's going to field any other offers from any other programs, but that's not my place. And the audience is incredibly grateful for you taking time out of your morning to join us here on the show. So thank you so much. Continued success this season. And thanks for taking time, Coach. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all. MIZ.
Z-O-U.
Martin would say it.
Z-O-U.
Jackson, I am. This is like the happiest I've ever been for somebody on this program. Next to when Jay Randolph Jr. got a chance to interview Seika.
It's tied for first. Oh, that was awesome. And I even some like my question's kind of goofy, but that
good questions, and he can tell you new ball.
I appreciate that, but the last one about the suit, that's kind of.
And then you got this great answer on it,
and that speaks to his character, how sincere he is with everything he does, and how he conducts himself, how he carries himself, how he expects that from his players. You can see that on the court, man. They're not scared out there when they're playing because they know they got a coach who's calm demeanor, stays level-headed, and I think that's so important. And yeah, he's great.
How about right out of the gate, he said, well, they were talking about me last year, too.
In all my years of doing this, I've never been involved in an interview where one of the questioners came away with a full scholarship offer.
That's right. I'm telling you, I look great in the warm-up. I've always said in high school I was all state in warm-ups. I looked like a stud.
You're only 2 years older than Grill, right? Is that right?
Yeah, 2 years older than Grill.
There you go.
Similar shooting ability. He's a little better off the 1-2 step than me, but
not much.
Spot up wise, it's pretty similar.
Any eligibility issues? You should be good.
No such thing anymore.
Right. I didn't play any game. I mean, I'm a graduate, class of 2020, but I never played in the game. I think I could get 1 year.
You know what, Coach? He plays ball, and he's very thoughtful, and like his answers are really deep. But they're also still kind of fun.
Yeah.
Like he's not super serious. He has a very meaningful approach, but he's also kind of having fun. He's just eminently likable.
I like that phrase, Martin.
Eminently likable.
Nice phrase, Martin.
Let me read some of the. Oh, you're getting gonged now. Welcome,
Jackson. I'm proud of you, buddy.
Thank you, Martin.
I'm so damn happy.
You're not going to leave us, are you?
No.
Okay.
No, I do both.
You could go play, and then Gottlieb coaches and does a show, Martin.
Yeah, that's right. You could go full Gottlieb.
Let's see what we got here. Wow, Dennis Gates is a gem. Earned a lot of respect from that phone call. That's from Boozy, who's unhappy that you're not letting him on the fan page, but he is a fan of Dennis Gates.
That's perspective right there.
Now you're head coach. It's going to be a wild day for Jackie when Gates has announced that this is the next coach for the Texas Longhorns. That's from Steven Time.
No. It won't break my heart. I don't think Rodney Terry's going to leave. I don't know if they're going to fire him.
Let's see. I look forward to the Illini crybabies that their coach hasn't been on yet. That's from Beer Cats.
No, that's don't look at that. That's with positivity. You just hear Coach Gates. Come on, we're not.
And Underwood, he would do it. He's great.
He's good. Yeah, he's very good too.
I was already all in on this team and Gates, but now I am even more all the way in. That's from the 314. And how about this moment right here?
I see it.
Credit where credit is due. Great job, Libby Jack. That's from Eric in the Central West End. One of your biggest critics, but yet you still acknowledge is attractive.
Again, this is, that fact remains the same, and the value of perspective, We can put aside our differences for one moment to rally around this basketball program. Let's get a banner. You know what?
Let's get a banner.
I'm tired of that Big 8, those Big 8 banners being the only thing up there. Let's go get one. How about Final Four? How about the whole damn thing?
Now I'm running through a wall.
All of a sudden you're in the Casey studio.
Yeah.
Just ran right
Bring your scissors, Coach. Bring your scissors.
Bring your scissors. I'm waiting for a text, though, from Chris Mason. What the hell are we doing here? Josh shirts with a sad face emoji.
As an Illini fan, I hate that I like Dennis Gates so much. That's from the 309.
I really like Brad Underwood. I mean, I truly watch, they post his press conferences. I'll watch almost the whole thing because when he speaks, man, he doesn't hold back, but he's also, again, pretty level-headed for being a fiery on sideline coach. I really like Brad Underwood.
He played at K-State, and there was a guy on K-State. I think Frank and I used to talk about it. Ed Neely was a really good player for K-State, but he is kind of a doughy white guy, but he could score buckets. And so I interviewed Underwood during the pandemic, and then we were on Zoom, and then we were done. We were just talking about players from the old Big 8. and Underwood was teammates with Ed Neely. And I said, Coach, if I had ever made it in college basketball, which I didn't, I said, I probably would have been Ed Neely. He goes, oh, my God, Ed could score. And I go, yeah. He goes, and he drank a 12-pack the night before every game. And we had this great conversation about Ed Neely that nobody else would care about.
There's a real
hilarious.
Real lane for doughy white guys playing basketball these days. You get 3 MVPs doing it.
The best player in the world is a doughy white guy.
Second or third is too.
Hell yeah, Jackie Papers. Dennis Gates finna win it all before Missouri before it's all said and done. That's from the Life Coach. Great interview. I'm pumped for the NCAA tournament now. That's Grimy from South County. I'm not a huge Mizzou fan. I'm a big Illinois fan, but I'm a big fan of Dennis Gates. Good on Mizzou for getting him. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack. Man, I love Gates and Jackson, which is going to make it a lot harder to enjoy their first-round exit. That's from Arbor Day.
God.
He is one texture of the year back-to-back years.
It's all right. Like I said, keep the same energy.
I think we should have some sort of signing ceremony where you hover over hats from various schools and pick the Mizzou hat to accept your scholarship.
But like I'll put Duke and UNC.
Mizzou. Piddles is now the Rudy of the Mizzou basketball program. He's even giving rousing speeches to motivate a team that he does not play on. That's from the 314.
That's right. Well, anything I can do that helps the team. Anything I can do.
Somebody wants to know what number you're going to wear.
Yeah, what are you going to go with?
Oh, now they allow.
Just do it for us.
Yeah, now they allow you can pretty much wear any number. I was 5 in high school for Jackson 5 because always got to be a bit.
Boy, Doug was really disappointed right there. I saw the look on his face.
I didn't care for that. It used to be you couldn't be higher than 5 because the refs had to go over and say that foul's on 1, 4, and if you had to only 5 was the highest digit.
Yeah, and it looks weird to me still when I see college basketball players wearing. Like Trent Burns from Mizzou hasn't played yet this year, but he wears number 7. It just looks odd.
Mm-hmm.
So I would stick with a traditional, maybe like, I don't want to take 24. That was Kobe.
Maybe you should
Brian
figure out what number Tim wore and wear that.
Oh, I was, you know what I was. I was deuce to
I was
your
going to say,
head.
that was what my brother wore in high school, and obviously like my role model. So I wore double deuce for a good portion of my career.
Tim's number always had a decimal in front of it, Doug.
Drop out of that. God bless America.
0.75.
Well, what I took out of it is that
didn't Eddie Goodell have a fraction?
He was like 1/8 there, I think.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's what I was at St. Gabriel's. It's retired.
And he wore Bill DeWitt's uniform, right?
Bill DeWitt's uniform.
I
George
think
Costanza wore Babe Ruth.
I believe he was the Bat Boy, and that was the uniform that they could.
Or was Josh the Bat Boy at that time, Martin?
No, I don't.
I thought they didn't give Bat Boys numbers. It just says Bat Boy on the back. There's no number, right?
Well, this was. You know who Eddie Goodell was?
He was the guy, the kid who took the bat for the Browns.
Well, yeah, he was a dwarf, a little person.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And they put him up to the plate, and I think they borrowed Bill DeWitt's uniform, who happened to be the Bat Boy for the team.
Because his dad was the GM, I think, at the time.
Could you imagine if a free agent got signed and they won the number and said, sorry, it was for the Bat Boy? The Bat Boy has it.
Guys, do you think it's possible that Gates would leave Columbia to go to St. Gabriel? That's a good question.
Oh, wow.
Some people worry about Florida State, but would he leave Columbia to coach at St. Gabriel?
It's like Woj going back to St. Bonnie.
Definitely spikes your winning percentage when you go there. Because what's the winning percentage, Doug? Every coach at St. Gabe's is 100%.
They win them all, yeah. And that's a tough load to coach 8 or 9 games every Saturday there in the winter.
2 practices a week.
Well, the people are happy for you, Jackson.
Hey,
I'm happy for you. We're all happy for you.
I'm happy that people enjoyed the interview, and I'm very happy that Dennis Gates came on. I'm very happy that Martin got him on.
Yeah, tip of the cap, Martin.
That was awesome.
All right. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. 4-hour Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way at 10:50 on the Stiefel dossier. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client. We recommend you become a client as well. If you deal with any heating and cooling issues, it's designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp, he is 4th generation. He's the longest running sponsor on TMA. Still going to be beautiful temperatures today in St. Louis. Going to be up in the upper 50s and sunny throughout the day. And then tomorrow, Doug, 66 and sunny.
Nice.
Let's go compress the ball. My goodness.
Be able to.
It's going to cool down a little bit over the weekend, but still it's going to be in the 40s, much better than where it's been throughout much of January and February. Any issues you have, go to designairservice.com. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, freshly off of a scholarship offer from Dennis Gates. And
I did not see that coming.
Yeah, he got it. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. And big news, the 76ers' Paul George has decided to put his podcast, a.k.a. Podcast P, on pause to focus on the rest of the season. About time, some would say. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. CinoLondoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Jackson's going right into Mr. Brightside now. He might even drop the F-bomb. This guy is on a high. Fresh off of the Dennis Gates interview here on TMA 101 ESPN, in which the Missouri head basketball coach was so impressed with Jackson's questions and his passion for the Missouri basketball program that he offered Jackson a scholarship to come play for him.
And I'm ready.
Did he actually say to come play?
Well, what else? I mean, I've already...
You'll be in Nashville Saturday.
Yeah, I've already gotten...
Caesar's got his column for Friday. Local media member invited to join a top-ranked program.
Yeah. I could be the difference. Some could say I'm the X Factor.
I agree with that.
No, wait a minute, Dan. I'm sorry. What's Joe Buck doing this weekend? Will he watch the Vandy game? That's the lead. Okay, and then Jackson's story.
Then you're in there, Jackson.
Vandy game, that's a real test. That's a real test on Saturday. But they're coming off a win. We know we've talked about them coming off a big win.
Perfect storm.
Perfect storm.
YouTube.com/TMASTL. That's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where the people are happy for Jackson Burkett, and they're talking it over. Plus, you can text in 314-399-9646 and email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. This story I don't really understand because part of it I haven't heard of one of the guys, and I've been asking the gentleman on the show in the commercial break, and none of us know who he is, but Doug... You know, we talk about radio wars, back like in the 1980s where DJ at one place would, challenge DJ at other place and they'd then like fight or something like that. Right. Some people would say it was hack. I don't. I think it was really impressive. But now we've got scoop wars going on between Ian Rappaport and Jordan Schultz of Fox. Martin's so oblivious to who it is. Martin thought I was talking about somebody he worked with at the 2 Fox.
I thought you meant Fox 2. And I'm like, who? And then I look, Jordan Schultz, who I guess is one of their insiders. But I thought Jay Glazer sort of handled all of that.
I did too.
Maybe this is more of an online presence, but he has over 300,000 Twitter followers. So I guess he's an insider. I didn't know.
Here's the story. The scouting combine brings the entire NFL community together for better and for worse. Per multiple sources who witnessed the interaction, Jordan Schultz of Fox and Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network engaged in a verbal altercation Wednesday afternoon at the Starbucks at the JW Marriott in Indianapolis. Schultz, we're told, accosted Rappaport. The incident first came to widespread light when PFT commenter...
Telling you, that's where I found out about this.
Posted a tweet on Wednesday night that referred to, quote, a serious big-time media confrontation between two NFL newsbreakers. Yeah, that's where it went down. The tweet sparked much speculation in an effort to get to the bottom of the situation. The fact that it happened at a Starbucks provides an intriguing coincidence. Jordan Schultz is the son of former Starbucks CEO Howard Schultz.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. What about that?
Okay.
Probably doesn't need the job at all.
Okay.
It's all starting to come together, isn't it?
Howard Schultz is friends with LaRussa, by the way. When he went
he is.
When he went into Cooperstown, like in the front row, one of them was Howard Schultz, the Starbucks guy.
We're told that Rappaport was talking to an agent. Schultz approached Rappaport and said, quote, "We need to talk." Rappaport replied, we're told, "We don't need to talk." Schultz then made accusations about Rappaport, we're told. Rappaport regards the accusations as unfounded. The two men were essentially then face-to-face. Quote, "If you have anything to say it to me, say it to my effing face," Schultz said. "If this continues, we're going to have an effing problem." Rappaport then asked Schultz to step back. "If this happens again, we're going to have an effing problem," Schultz said. Now, I will step back. The incident was reported to NFL Security, and NFL Security has taken statements from multiple witnesses. Rappaport declined to comment on the situation. Schultz told PFT this via text message, quote, "It really isn't anything too much. He and Rappaport and I had a verbal confrontation. It lasted a little over a minute. Multiple agents and reporters were nearby. Rappaport was the one who called security shortly after, but it never escalated any further." Schultz initially disputed the number of expletives in the account as provided to PFT commenter. He then said he recalls using none. Rappaport told the witness that NFL Security was informed of the exchange because it was regarded as a threat of physical violence at the NFL Combine at the Starbucks, owned by Jordan Schultz's father.
You think he has like a gold card? I don't pay. My dad started the business.
Well, think anybody started throwing blonde roast coffee beans or anything at each other? I guess if you're a media member now, you better be ready to scrap. You better be ready.
Put the bag down.
Right there.
Was that a blonde roast, Doug, that got him?
Why do so many media people get in fights? What is the deal?
Yeah. We don't know.
Well, then you don't understand pitching, and that's okay.
Say that again.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry.
Sorry. So George Schultz.
Unless we scrap all the time.
Hey, guys, take it to Amos. The story that Schultz, so he said sources say that Tom Brady met with Matthew Stafford at his home in Montana. They spent some time. They went skiing. So I guess Rappaport then said it was something of a coincidence. And then Jordan Schultz, whose dad is Howard Schultz, if you really think Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford just happened to run into each other at a ski resort in Montana, of all places, at the exact same time, I got a bridge to sell you. So he is not liking the fact that Ian Rappaport, I think, tried to undercut his report. Okay. Apparently, Ian Rappaport said it was coincidence. And this guy's saying, dude, they were there at the same time for a reason. And if I'm the Rams, I'm not that excited that Tom Brady of the Fox Network is trying to steal my quarterback.
I don't want to break a lot of news, but I have some news to break.
Oh my gosh!
I have a new follower on Twitter. Who? And that's Coach Dennis Gates.
Oh!
When I got the notification on my phone, I go, oh, he followed TMA because I get notifications for both. And I click on notification. Logged in as @Jackson_Burkett. Come on, baby.
Unbelievable, Doug. We might be losing Jackson Burkett to Columbia, Missouri. Is this guy going to play? Is he going to coach, or is he going to do both?
He follows all his scholarship players.
Well, yeah, in response to that, I have now officially changed my profile pic from Jake Gunsel to a picture of myself again.
Oh, which picture you go with, though? That diaper one?
Yeah, it's the diaper. It's of just my pale, sunken chest. Diaper protruding. Well, no, just a handsome little pic of me. If coaches follow me, it's time to button it up. No more goofing around.
No, I wouldn't think so.
I don't want to be the wet blanket, but I feel like that's an NCAA violation. Following you on Twitter, and now you can't play for him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, that's a shame.
That's a shame.
I'll fight it. Who's Pavia's lawyer? I'll get Diego Pavia's lawyer.
Jackson's having a big day. That comes from the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Huge day for my guy Berkey. That's from I'm a bad boy and I'm testing things in the YouTube chat. They're all celebrating your day. February 27th, 2025 will forever be known as Jackson Burkett's Day.
It's actually my niece's birthday, so happy birthday to my niece. And then Jackson Burkett Day.
God, you're just really peacocking right now, aren't you?
It's a big day. And we'll do this is all a celebration of life for the great Gene Hackman. Coach Norman
That's
Dale.
what this is.
Yeah, it's all in a celebration of life. We mourn, but it's a celebration of life. It's a good day.
I see. Are you going to tweet something positive about the Tigers now that you have this new follower?
I tweet exclusively positive things about the Tigers.
Do you really?
My complaints I keep to myself. Probably best, If I was just, it's not saying I'm anything special, but if I was any Tom, Dick, or Harry, I might tweet some complaints, but that's not real.
Yeah, during a tough game, don't tweet fire everybody, because then he would see that.
And that
he is following you
might
now.
affect my scholarship.
I noticed Albert Pujols was following me years ago, and I thought, oh, God, I hope I never said anything bad. I mean, why would I? He's a great player. But it occurred to me, I'm like, oh my gosh, I better, especially when he came back here and he was struggling, I'm like, hey, I think he'll turn it around. I have no doubt it's going to happen.
It's better to have Albert follow you than his attorneys. I can tell you that from firsthand experience. You're welcome to text in 314-399-9646.
What are you doing, man?
And you're also welcome to call in. It's celebration of Jackson Burkett Day here on 101 ESPN, 314-974-0101. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And we welcome you to participate in one of the many, many ways. Ladies and gentlemen, this is The Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Oh, wow.
This is the jam, right?
If I were doing my Mount Rushmore of Bone Thugs and Harmony, it would be hard not to put Crossroads as the George Washington.
I was going to say.
Doug, would you put Crossroads or?
He's got to be the George Washington.
What about Mount Rushmore of 90s hip-hop groups? Is Bone Thugs in there? Wu-Tang, obviously.
PFG.
Thank you. Yeah, we would play the Sparrow down at Crestwood Mall, and we all wore the same jackets.
And you'd perform.
It commanded a lot of respect at St. Louis U High. The Jesuits loved it.
And you would perform at the mall?
we would do like dances like Color Me Bad.
Oh, gosh. I don't live far from that mall. I might have been there while you were doing that and didn't even realize it.
Probably appreciated it.
Put like a can out there.
Notice the crowd.
For tips. Put a little can.
Hey, sure, to get out of the way. I just want an Orange Julius.
There's just so many unfortunate height references. Doug, do you know anything about Mark Milton? I think you do.
Well, I absolutely do. Mark Milton is the guy that's going to protect you against the godforsaken tax man. He's the IRS penalty killer that you need if the IRS comes knocking and asks you to drop the mittens. If you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments that keep you up at night, or even worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. That's a serious thing. Well, you got Mark Milton right there, ready to go to war for you. If you should contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com, he will walk you through your problems and tell you how he's going to get you fixed up. Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country, and he received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This is one of the best attorneys in the nation at what he does. Mark helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. If you have any kind of IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Jackson is experiencing a real high today because in our 8 o'clock hour, we were joined by both Robert Thomas and Dennis Gates, and Jackson, star of the interview without question, but also was so impressive to the Missouri head basketball coach that he not only offered Jackson a scholarship, but then seconds after leaving 101 ESPN and our conversation on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, he followed Jackson on Twitter. Yep. So Jackson is on a high, but my responsibility is to bring him back down. And I see this question in 9-2 of the Stiefel dossier, and I'm going to read it to you, Doug.
Oh, yeah. It's a good one.
And then and I want your response first, if you don't mind.
All right.
This is written by new Missouri basketball player Jackson Burkett.
This is like Tolstoy even thinks this one could be a little shorter.
This week,
Tolstoy reference.
This week we celebrate the 8-year anniversary of Jordan Peele's masterpiece debut film, Get Out.
Yep.
We do. We're celebrating it?
I've been celebrating it all week.
The film depicts the sunken place, somewhere where someone is conscious in their own mind but has no control over their actions. One could say this is how sports fans always operate, but they can still be heard. Are Cardinals fans in the sunken place where their issues or complaints go unheard, and who's to blame for this situation?
Yeah.
You completely lost me. You might as well have been speaking Greek right there.
I think you might need some, like a reading comprehension. Recheck that.
Doug, the references to the celebration that we've been having throughout the week for the 8th anniversary of Get Out.
I haven't been celebrating that like I should.
Absolutely. Clearly.
And Martin, it depicts the sunken place. And the sunken place, of course, is where someone is conscious in their own mind but has no control over their actions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then this ties into the Cardinals.
Yeah, like you get stuck.
What kind of a loser would have no control over their actions?
Well, if you get put in the sunken place, Catherine Keener, she would take the spoon in her tea and swirl it around, and that noise would put you in the sunken place.
See?
Really
and so then
hypnotic?
very hypnotic.
Couldn't control anything that she did.
You are no longer in control of your body, yet you're still conscious. It's a terrible place to be. And I'm wondering if Cardinal fans feel like they're in the sunken place where they can see what's going on. They want to, take the front office and shake them and say, well, what are we doing? Well, I feel like I'm Jimmy Stewart in Wonderful Life. What are we doing? Where's the money? But they can't do anything about it, and they feel like they're in the sunken place. And I want to know how quick to get out. How are they going to get out of this? How do they get out of the sunken place? Who's to blame? What will be the change? What will bring them out?
Nice question, nerd. That's on the 314, and here we go, and we're back.
You can't tell me nothing today.
I think what gets them out of it is just to practice a little common sense and come to the realization that sometimes pro sports doesn't go the way that your team would want it to go, and you act like a grown-up and you get over it and move on to the next issue.
Okay. Martin, do you have a better answer?
Well, I'm pretty sure fans would like me to get out.
That was good.
The sunken place, somewhere where someone is conscious in their own mind but has no control over their actions.
I know Tim has seen it. As the left side of the infield seen it?
No.
It is quite a movie, I'll say
It's
that.
outstanding.
That Catherine Keener was in every movie for about 3 years, it seems like.
Oh, she's great.
She was in The 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Yeah. Yes, she was. The love interest in 4-Year-Old Virgin.
Calm down, Jackson. That's from the Oakville O-Face.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
Jackson's on a heater this morning. Great analogy. That's from UPS Tony.
Thank you. That's all I needed was one guy. That's all I needed was one guy to be like, you know what, that's actually apt. And UPS Tony is my
actually
guy.
apt. You think anybody's ever said
I actually do. I think I actually have a good. Well, not to say that last question wasn't good. It just clearly isn't resonating.
Gates is going to hear that question and immediately unfollow Jackson. That's from the Anal Farmer.
I hope not.
What's he farming exactly?
Now that's a question.
I wouldn't ask.
It's just the shell. All right, this question I actually think you guys will like.
Okay.
I actually think you'll like this.
I'm not sound like Martin's bullish.
No, this is a good one.
What page are we on, Professor?
I don't want to say because I don't want you reading ahead. In the back of the Blues' mind, do you think there is a little added layer of frustration with their performance this year and last, with the Cardinals being down and the fan base having negative trending opinions on the Birds while still having an overall positive opinion on the Blues? Do you think there's a slight sense of not capitalizing on this rarity?
Okay, I follow you on that one.
Yeah, okay, I followed.
I follow you on that one.
Oh,
I don't think the Blues players would sort of.
No, I'm
think
thinking
about
more
it,
front
but
office.
Like ownership, front office. Yeah, there was a window here to
really,
kind of be one instead of 1A.
I think the team that actually capitalized on it most, and I have noticed. I don't know, Martin, because you'd worked at KTRS, which carries Missouri games. That in 2022, when we first started doing Balloon Party, James Carlton, God bless him, my insurance agent, 314-961-4800, online at carltoninsurance.net, sponsor of the Colonel on Mondays and Fridays. Colonel was taking strays during the Dennis Gates interview. James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, my insurance agent, he would sponsor the Colonel in 2022. And we would do these interviews during Balloon Party, and it was like crickets. And then Cardinals suck in 23, Blues suck 23, and Missouri, and I really do think, like last year's Missouri team, I mean, they went 10-3, but I don't know any Missouri fan who would say that team was, even really comparable to the team before. The year before was a legitimate national championship caliber team. And Missouri capitalized on that, and now I think there are a number of people who consider themselves fans of Missouri, or at the very least are following Missouri, who didn't. And I think part of that was the Cardinals weren't playing in October and the Blues were in the state of relevance or rebuild or whatever you want to call it that they were. So I don't think organizations, of course, can time that out. But man, when it works out that way, it's a hell of a spot. And yeah, I think with your question, the Blues would have loved to have been able to capitalize on the fact that the Cardinals are in not only the spot that they're in, but that the fans are not on board, and maybe fans would have allocated some of their disposable income on the Blues more than the Cardinals.
I don't know. I think the town is plenty big enough to support major fandom for both. If the Blues are going great and the Cardinals are going great, they're both going to play in front of packed arenas and stadiums. The seasons only overlap a couple months in the spring, really. So I'm not sure what the Cardinals do has that much of an effect on the Blues fandom.
Well, I think there's always that next tier of fans who are not diehards, who are like, I'm
casuals.
They're kind of like intrigued, like, I'm getting on board with this Blues team. Yeah, okay. I think you can win over a group like that, especially in a time when the Cardinal buzz, and we talk about the Cardinals year round, even though they don't play year round. So I think there's something to it. Jackson, I will take 8-2 as an arrow up over 9-2.
Okay, you prefer that question?
Yeah, when I do my Rotten Tomatoes for the dossier later.
Oh, I also want to amend my Gene Hackman Mount Rushmore. I'm going to remove the firm and replace it with No Way Out.
Will you?
Wow.
Yeah, that's the better
news also.
Better horny Hackman role.
You and I had a Hackman discussion off air.
Yeah, that's the better horny Hackman role.
Horny Hackman. The better horny Hackman
Has
role.
anybody taken that texture yet? Horny Hackman.
Out. And speaking of horny, this story on Doug's site, camov.com.
It's not my site.
Did you write it?
No.
People in St. Louis say they believe some places are hosting underground sex parties in residential neighborhoods. Experts say that despite Missouri's restrictive regulations, I didn't know that there were stricter regulations And I need to.
Is that federal or
You're
state?
not allowed to have a party in your house?
I have to tell you, I didn't know that.
This like they dusting off a story
Martin,
from
this is
2020.
guy reading story for first time on air, sports talk host. Experts say that despite Missouri's restrictive regulations, these parties might actually be legal due to loopholes in the law. The hell's the law?
And who are these experts that are saying that? This is somebody writing a story to try to get you to click and do exactly what we're doing right now.
Wow, company man.
Talking about a story that probably doesn't exist.
On several recent nights, First Alert 4 investigates. Boy, is Ablin back? First Alert 4.
Boom. Gotcha.
Investigates observed potential parties in progress. People arrive one by one or two by two, night after night, in what some describe as a parade of people. And what some describe.
Some experts say, some describe
as a parade of people looking to party at several locations in St. Louis. Neighbors say there are telltale signs. Flashing lights at one house, blue lights inside of another. First Alert 4 investigates cameras captured near constant traffic on otherwise quiet city streets.
Oh, my.
Quote, how often do you think it's happening? First Alert 4 Chief Investigative Reporter Lauren Traeger asked. Quote, twice a week, at least twice a week. Yeah, sometimes 3 times a week, said Alex, a resident who says the parties are impossible to ignore. They mostly stay inside, but it's a lot of people in one small place. It's like a club. Traeger asked, when do they leave? About 4 in the morning.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I can see how it would be a nuisance for the neighbors if there's a bunch of cars parked and people coming and going and shutting car doors at 3 in the morning and driving away.
Sure.
I could see how the neighbors wouldn't like it. I can't see how it would be illegal.
That's what I'm wondering about. What is the law?
And how they know they're sex parties? Like the windows all steamed up?
I think they want them to be for this article.
You're a gentleman who enjoys a dry rub once in a while?
Well, no.
Avon on the scene.
This is sort of his avenue, isn't it?
This is what he did in, Valdosta, Georgia or something like that.
Just uncovering this. I don't know. Like a weekday party, I guess it's tough to assume that they're just like having book club.
Guys, I can confirm the First Alert 4 van was parked outside my house last week. That's the Jerkwood from Kirkwood. It sounds like he's hosting these things.
And boy, that wouldn't stop anything, would it? If there's a news van parked outside your sex party?
Yeah.
Clip that off.
And this seems like a basement vehicle, right? You probably do it in the basement. I would think.
Who knows or cares? Whose business is it other than the people doing it?
But it turns out it's illegal. I had no idea.
What about it is illegal?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Maybe if they're charging people to come in and it's now a retail business of some sort?
Guys, this is what happens when there's no severe weather or snow for a couple of weeks. This is what they work on. That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
Weather goes up and there's sex parties all over the region.
Been saving this one for ratings.
Jackson would definitely call the law if this was his neighborhood. That's from the Crystal City Clan. Would you call the law?
No, I never would be one of those people calling the cops. You go knock on the door, even though I wouldn't answer, but you go knock on the door and you get the straight skinny. If you get an invite, who's to say,
Straight skinny. You're going to interview the person who answers the door. You just said earlier in the show you wouldn't even answer the door if someone knocked on your door.
I'm being hypocritical, but this is how I would handle it. You have to, if you're going to call the cops on the neighbors, you got to talk to them first. I think it's bad form to go right to the fuzz.
Yeah. Jesus,
it's a fuzz.
It's a fuzz.
For the record, I took it to the Fox 2 management, and they shot it down. They said, we won't be doing that story.
Wow, they're above that.
Cameron indoor and no sex parties in the region.
Guys, if you watch the news story, they have videos of a sign on the porch welcoming the kink community. Those are our friends. The kink community.
That can be frowned upon, but how could that be illegal?
How did Vitaly not host this party? Are we sure he didn't?
We'll have to check into it. That text came from Rob McClanahan, but my good friends call me Rue. Do you remember Rue McClanahan?
I do.
Golden Girls?
I remember Rob, too.
About 300 fans showed up here at the Spreckles Theater tonight. They had plenty to say. Now, the Spreckles, you may know, is named after a sugar magnate, but there was nothing sweet about how this forum started.
Journalism.
That's a little bit of writing, Martin. That's a little bit of writing.
Oh, and there you have it. Wow.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. That is the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way in about an hour and 5 minutes. Buck Swope and the JV golf coach tied with 5 wins apiece. You can always go back and podcast via the Schaefer Door podcast. And listen to Robert Thomas and Dennis Gates, a moment in which Jackson Burkett was offered a scholarship by the head coach of the Missouri basketball team. That is all there for you. And at 100westdental.com, Dr. Brandon Pryor is going to get you $1,000 off Invisalign if you are interested. He has a dentist office with a staff and technology that is second to none. It is located on Manchester in Baldwin. It's 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor, a loyal TMA listener, and his dentist office does not look like what you think of when you think of a dentist office. All the latest technology and this message to our listeners. You might not have gone to the dentist in a while. You certainly might not like going to the dentist, but your dental health impacts the rest of your health. So just getting your teeth checked out a couple times a year is just the minimum you can do to maintain both dental and medical health. It is incredibly important. Go to 100westdental.com, or if you would like, you can call 636-585-0100. No phone call, though, is needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. And remember, mention my name, and you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100westdental.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN.
What a big Thursday we got going on. Jackson gets a scholarship. We've got some Abelin journalism going on. And you could buy a car. You can do it no matter what your circumstance is. You can do that with the Auto Loan Pro. The only thing to know is choose the Auto Loan Pro. They're going to work to get you the best rates possible, as little money down as possible. Again, autoloanpro.com is the website. Free playbook there. What that is about is understanding the credit industry. How do they accumulate good credit, bad credit? How does it work? It's a mystery to many. You can find out more with that free playbook. Friend of the show, Robert Thomas, on the show today. He's chipper, even though he's never had a hole-in-one. Check out the website, autoloanpro.com. You'll see Bob Thomas. You'll see the free playbook. Download it. Get yourself into a car, no matter what your circumstances are. Little to no money down. Best rates available. They work with over 50 different lenders. Autoloanpro.com. They are part of the Lita family. about?
Now, Doug, I don't follow this as far as Jackson's genre for today. This, of course, is Dido. Many would recognize it more from, was it 2003, Stan?
I don't know the years, Tim. I don't.
I'm going to say 2001 to get me 2000 and 2002. Marshall Mathers' Stan, which was a precursor to the TMA fan page.
I did it because, Chairman, the year, please.
2000.
Because Stan wouldn't fall into 90s hip-hop, but it's undeniable to say that Dido's Thank You isn't a huge impact on hip-hop, and so the 1999 Thank You by Dido then fits into my tribute to 90s hip-hop.
But you didn't play Thank You?
I just played Thank You. I didn't play Stan.
What's No Angel? That's the album?
Yes.
Greg Allman?
Oh, I'm looking. No, I'm No Angel. Yeah, that's a good call there.
If I played White
85?
Flag, which is my favorite Dido song, that would not fit.
I'm going to go 88. I'm No
Chairman?
Angel, Greg Allman.
What do you got over
Now I'm
there?
going to get, can I, a minute? Now I'm going to stick with 88. I'm going to stick with 88.
I'm going to go 87.
I'll go 89.
Greg Allman was married to Cher?
Yeah, he was.
87.
All right.
No.
Thank you.
So I still win, though, because I get 87.
Craig Kilborn loved Dido, much like we counted down to Dennis Gates. Craig Kilborn on his late night show had like a nightly countdown until Dido was going to be in studio.
Oh, is that right?
It was
Really?
like a running bit. We should have done more with the Gates countdown.
We did a lot.
No, we did a lot. We actually
Is Dido American?
feels
I
like
don't believe so.
Swedish or
English.
something.
I had her as English, yeah. Is that
she's
correct?
English. Yes, she's English.
Your thoughts on Dido? Call in 314-974-0101.
Dido calls.
Take your Dido calls. Jackson is on. Is this the highest you have ever been taking Chronic at picnics out of the equation? I mean, I'm talking about on this program.
Picnic tables?
Picnic table, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I would think.
I mean, this is it. You started on the show in December of 2020.
Yeah.
And here we are on February 27th, 2025, and this is it.
Yeah.
This is Mount Everest.
This would be right up there. Tim, you weren't there that day. I believe you were ill. But when we had Tim Meadows in studio, and I got an opportunity to ask him about his brief role in Semi-Pro, the Will Ferrell vehicle, that was a real high for me. That was a real childhood full circle moment. So
Really?
this trumps that, but certainly in that same category of like pinch me moments. Doug, pinch me, Doug.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool,
But
man.
you got no
Again, great.
scholarship offer from the Tim Meadows interview.
No, I didn't get a chance. He didn't, be like, you can do your type 5 before me, That would have been the equivalent.
Yeah.
Dido's real name is Dido Florian Claude de Bonnevier O'Malley Armstrong.
Yeah, I was reading the same thing.
Unbelievable. Dido Florian Claude de Bonnevier O'Malley Armstrong.
Yeah.
That's a lot of names.
It is.
She's bogarting some names.
And yet she goes by a single name with 4 letters.
Yeah, probably got tired of the other names.
Doug, in addition to Robert Thomas and Dennis Gates on today's program, also had a discussion regarding Nolan Arenado and his trip to Tampa yesterday as the Cardinals took on the Yankees. He said he wasn't doing it for scouting purposes for the Yankees or anything like that. Eric Kratz and A.J. Przinsky on foul territory did not tend to think that was the case. Those have been the topics covered on the program as Missouri gets ready to take on Vanderbilt on Saturday. But tonight here on 101 ESPN, the Blues will take on the Washington Capitals and try to stay in the mix for that final wild card spot in the Western Conference. Vancouver now passing Calgary as they go back and forth. They sit with 65 points after they beat the Kings last night in overtime. Also covered on the program, Doug's channel, monitoring these sex parties. And they did speak with an attorney, and the attorney said the law is considered to be a gray area, but there is an old St. Louis ordinance on the books prohibiting the following, quote, a bawdy house, a house of ill fame, or a house of bad repute, whatever that might mean in 2025. So theoretically, it could be against the law if the house is one of ill repute.
But in whose opinion? Now, if they're running prostitutes out of there, you could see that's a problem.
What if they're just having the more popular MMF?
Then I can't see that that's against the law anywhere. Would it be?
May I join you?
Well,
Right
that's
there.
what's happening.
There's some of the
That's
audio
why you
from the
answer the
story.
door.
Oh, that is not a cop knock, is it? Yeah.
No, that's a friendly knock.
Friendly knock.
Yeah. No, I don't get it. I think because Doug's right. Whose opinion is it that the House is of what? Ill repute?
Body.
Missouri also passed a highly restrictive law in 2010.
Danny Hoskins.
Regulating sexually oriented businesses, prohibiting nudity and alcohol, and requiring businesses to close after midnight. Quote, that's why you don't see strip clubs in St. Louis County or certain areas of the city.
But that'd be a business, not a home.
Right. If you're not collecting any money, it can't be a business.
Boy, Lauren Traeger's really digging into this. She said, well, how is it not a business if they're open regularly and hosting these parties? And then the attorney she spoke with said they're going to argue that they aren't providing services as a business. They're acting as a social club, a group of like-minded individuals sharing expenses. This is February, right? Do they still do the rating stuff?
Yeah. Well, I
Tyra
think
Banks would always tap into this on her program. She would do the faux outrage thing, but then invite all of the members of the adult community on the show to get ratings. So that's kind of what I'm sniffing out here.
Yeah, I don't think it's as prominent as it used to be. Even in our building, you would say, okay, what do you got for sweeps?
Yeah.
And I think now there's just such a year-round emphasis on viewership that it's not enough just to say, if you're terrible in June, well, we had a great February. So I think that's a little bit outdated, but I haven't seen a promo. Channel 4 had the best promos, man. If you don't watch tonight, you may die. And I was like,
your kids certainly aren't safe.
You've had to watch. But this does feel like a ratings grabber.
Oh, yeah.
Frank, would you say this statement is accurate? Doug Vaughn, Big Ego, Small Johnson.
Stop it, Frank.
Confirm or deny?
And that was a KSDK ratings piece?
It was. And I thought it was a cheap shot.
What's the context?
How could one know? It was probably a text. Sometimes Doug's work husband text would be Frank reading the text, and then when he went to read who sent it, he would realize it was some goofy TMA texter, but he couldn't eject out of it, so he would say, Doug's work husband.
Kind of mutter the finisher.
Yeah. Good morning. Doug is invited to my house of ill repute in Old Appleton. Doug, that's from the old Appleton stepdad, out on his front porch enjoying a country time lemonade.
Down there by Cape Girardeau, or on the way anyway.
Yeah.
I could see where these sex parties could be a major inconvenience to the neighbors, but it doesn't sound like they're doing anything that'd be illegal.
Sounds like you're on Jackson's side with me, and that is we do not kink shame on this show.
I do.
It's great to have you.
Seems like Fox 2 left the story alone to me.
Yeah.
They want you to live and let live.
They're going to do a follow-up.
Hey, Mike, I want to slap your big butt cheek.
Yep, that's Mike Francesa's caller.
Is that what they say at your front door?
That's what happens.
Doug's work husband.
Play the one where Frank is lined up with Arnold Palmer.
You want that one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
That's what he might say at a sex party.
Are going into the Frank catalog of drops, similar to the Chuck Marlin drops.
This one.
Women wanted to be like him, and guys wanted to be with him.
Yep. I was listening live in Las Vegas. I was at the Palazzo getting ready to fly home, having a coffee, and I heard it, and I immediately texted to the Plowhawk and said, I'm going to need you to clip that off.
Stop whatever you're doing. Turn the car around.
I'm going to need you to clip that off.
Can I hear it again?
Women wanted to be like him, and guys wanted to be with him.
He's talking about Arnold Palmer.
That's correct.
I think you wanted to reverse those two.
Right.
It had a little bit of the George Bush, but don't get fooled again theme.
Your thoughts are welcome by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Martin, you're going to go. Heim Bloom just called you and said you got that onboarding.
Yeah, he did not make the trip to Tampa because of the onboarding, and he's raring to go today. I know. A few more things. T School was covered.
T School's covered. Martin Kilcoyne heading
Don't touch
out.
that dial was
That's right.
week 3, I think it was.
Chairman Kurt, and it's a shame because I don't know if you saw in the Stiefel dossier, question for segment 10-2, can Chinese food be ordered by a single person effectively? That is the topic.
Effectively?
That's what I'm reading in the Stiefel dossier. You're going to miss that, but me and Doug get to stick around and answer that question.
Oh, my God.
You want to hear my logic? Or you
No, I'm
time
gonna tune
chopping not
I'm
the
gonna
bid.
tune in.
Okay.
World.
Heim's going to tune in with me, wondering why that was a tough thing.
No, he'll get
Thinking
it.
He wishes he was back in Boston.
He'll know.
Is unfollowing.
No, he's locked in. We're locked in. It's but how many weeks till Nets come down? 6, 5, 6
weeks.
Yeah, 6 weeks
In
till Nets
Atlanta.
come down. Yeah, he knows. We're locked in.
Bring your scissors.
Bring your scissors. That's the motto.
Martin Kilcoyne heading out, 10 o'clock hour coming your way. The program's called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN, brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. And, of course, you can watch it and participate in the YouTube chat, sponsored by Michelob Ultra, youtube.com/TMA STL. This is TMA.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on Alexander Ovechkin and the Washington Capitals right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame starts at 5 p.m. The puck drops at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
You like this one, Doug?
No, I guess it's all right.
To Doug, this is just noise.
No, hardcore rap is just noise. There's some music involved in this.
Wow. Jackson's not going to let it wreck his day, though.
No, nothing could bring me down.
There are theories in this Air Comfort Service text inbox from Big Tuft. How about this? Hey, guys, Jackson finna get engaged today. He's brimming with confidence after the Dennis Gates interview.
No, not today.
Not today.
Yeah, nice read, Chairman.
You caught that too?
Of course I did. Well, I mean, I've already bet, not my bankroll, but about a quarter of it on Jackson getting engaged in 2025. So I'm on the record.
Who knows?
How long have you been going out with this gal?
This is ridiculous.
How long have you gone out with this gal now?
A year.
Well, her biological clock is ticking, my friend.
I've heard you say that to a couple of people in my position.
Do you know the ring size?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna be Dan Hurley up here and just give you nothing. Sorry.
Just dig in.
Okay. That's out. The giving nothing is also a tell. I'm telling you. Out of town for work and just went back to listen to the Dennis Gates interview. His sincere response to the quarter zip versus suit question was pure joy on multiple levels. Awesome query, Jackson. That's from Stepdad Gary.
Thank you. I agree. I love that.
Pure joy.
I love that though, because like when you, and it's no shade at anyone. Friend of the show, Josh Schertz, he goes quarter zip, and there's no shade there. It's whatever you're most comfortable with. But I like the answer of like when they take pictures of me, when they remember me, I want them to remember me in a suit and tie, dressed up.
It was a great answer.
Yeah, and you'll see sometimes other coaches who don't wear suit and ties anymore on the sidelines. They play Mizzou. They'll sometimes do it just as like a nod to Dennis.
How about the way Bill Belichick used to dress?
Yeah, I don't. To me, that's
cut off sweat clothes and everything.
He operates
the greatest coach of all time in the NFL.
His brain, like I think he operates on a whole different level. Like I don't think something like that. He seems like a guy who like eats purely for fuel. You know, like I eat this because it'll help me with my day. You know, like doesn't even like flavor.
He doesn't like flavor.
I hadn't really thought of that, just looking at the way he was dressed. I remember coaches like Tom Landry and Hank Stram, just dressed to the nines.
Yeah.
Beautiful suits. Looked like $1 million out there. Now they just kind of wear anything, tennis shoes and hoodies and everything.
Doug, do you've made it clear you love power rankings, you love bracketology. Do you like when the NLFPA grades owners?
No, I don't.
The NLFPA has released its annual team report cards, which is a survey of 1,695 players who graded their respective teams in various categories. One owner received an F. I know who you wish it was.
Kroenke.
It wasn't him.
Oh.
Who do you think it was, now knowing it wasn't Stan Kroenke, of the other 31 NFL owners?
They're pretty unhappy in New York. It had been Woody.
Yes.
Woody Johnson.
Woody Johnson.
Yeah.
Woody Johnson got the F.
From his players?
From the 1,695 players who graded their respective teams in various categories. Regarding Johnson, the NLFPA said the players, quote, cite perceived top leadership issues, with some describing issues as top-down problems. It notes how the Jets ownership grade dropped from a B- to an F, with Johnson receiving the lowest score for contributing to a positive team culture. Quote, they talked about the culture. It's a problem. Top down, it's a culture of fear here. And I think that stood out in the grades. Specifically, the NLFPA said the Jets cut the food budget after the food program received low grades from 2023. The NFLPA also said the Jets did not retain their longtime dietitian, previously their highest-rated staff member. Not a great situation when the highest-rated staff member on a football team is the dietitian.
Who's rating the staff? Do they have a Yelp for your the Jets Yelp page?
Probably the players.
The dietitian, Nicolette Mentz, was hired by the Chiefs, who saw an uptick in their food program and dietitian grades. Mentz left the Jets on her own accord. Unsurprisingly, when asked what needs the most improvement, players overwhelmingly point to the food program, although they're complimentary of their new dietitian.
Well, that's important in the NFL. You're trying to beef people up, keep the weight up, and
you want your treats to taste delicious.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Calipari, Izzo, and if Pacino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
I don't know that they eat a lot of that at the training table. But
linemen, I bet, do.
Yeah, they eat just whatever they can get their hands on.
Yeah.
As far as ownership's treatment of facilities, a category. One organization received the very rare F-.
Worst facilities in
treatment
the NFL?
of facilities. That is the title of the category. An F-.
Like the owner spits on the floor.
Who would that be? Geez, they all make so much money. There's absolutely no reason for
I've heard the
lousy facilities.
The Bengals facility.
Wow! I mean, Doug gets Woody Johnson. You get the Bengals. I mean, how'd you know that?
I've heard, maybe talking with CD, that like they don't have like an indoor facility. Like they have to practice outdoors. It sucks. Like everyone's like, I don't want to play the Bengals.
The Bengals got an F, not an F- on the very next category on this NFLPA report card, which everybody can see at NFLPA.com for their food and dining area. Their locker room, however, received an A+. Go figure.
All right.
I've seen pictures of that when they're smoking stogies in there after a victory.
The Falcons got an A or A+ in every single category, minus their training room, which got a B. So, Doug, I know you're looking around where you're going to play next year. You might want to consider going to play for Arthur Blank.
Yeah, I would do that.
I know many people here in the St. Louis area are Chiefs fans. The Chiefs pretty good across the board. The one place where they got a bad grade was their locker room, D-. I've been in the Chiefs locker room a few times. I mean, it's been a while, but they're in the same facility, so maybe they're counting on the new stadium in Kansas. And
most of them are so darn nice. I'm sure the Rams would be outdated by today's standards. But it was so huge and luxurious and nice, and the dining facilities were just fine. This is like saying, well, the Ritz is not quite good enough for me. I need the Four Seasons or something like that. It's all they're all very well taken care of.
Stan Kroenke received a C in that letter grade category that Woody Johnson got an F on. They love Stephen Ross in Miami. He's got an A+. Friend of St. Louis, Clark Hunt, got a C-.
Really?
How about that? Good for the Chiefs players. At least the Chiefs players are on board with those of us who remember the vote in 2016. Michael Bidwill, D-. He's running into some real problems.
Yeah. It runs in the family, the Bidwill family.
Arthur Blank, A+.
Yeah, he seems like a real players guy.
What's the name of the guy who fights with the crowd in Carolina? He's had a disastrous run. Is it Tepper?
Yes, yeah.
David
He's in a suite.
D-.
Throwing stuff at fans.
An A also in Denver, an A- in Green Bay, an A in Houston, an A with Mark Davis and P.F. Chang's in bowl cuts.
Yeah, I could see that.
Spanos gets an A. And the Vikings, an A+, along with the Benson family in New Orleans, an A. There's one F, and that's the Jets. How about this, though? Where's Kerry Davis?
CD, Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh gets a D.
Oh, wow.
The Roonies.
Wow. Jeez.
That's surprising. Sean McVay in L.A. gets an A when they rate the coaches. Andy Reid, A+. The players love him. He has success. What else could you ask for? Also getting an A in Houston, D'Amico Ryans, and Matt LaFleur getting an A- in Green Bay. Doug, we still can't figure out the name of the head coach of the Colts. We'll need Brian Henshin for that.
Right. Yeah.
He gets an A, and Mike McCarthy got an A as well.
Oh,
He's
did he?
no longer there.
Yeah.
Frank, how are you today?
There he is.
Oh, gosh, F.
You'd give him an F?
I'd give Kroenke an F, yeah.
Hey, friend of the program, Oli Marmol is on foul territory right now. I thought it looked like that they were over in Jupiter. I
Are they in our
recognized the
spot?
shrubs.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
they're one of the little tables
Yeah.
on our spot. Doty's not there, so they can't have our spot.
Oh, yeah, that's on the other side.
I have to tell you, I agree with Jackson's take, and I don't know if this was on air or off air.
think it was
The
on.
backwards fitted cap.
Bad. It just looks real. I think it looks really bad. Like, it looks like you always look like Turtle from Entourage, who would always wear a Yankee cap backwards.
It doesn't look very professional either when you're on TV interviewing a manager or somebody.
If you're a former player, I think you can get away with it, but a snapback turned around looks okay. That little window into your scalp/hair, that's okay. But when you're in a fitted cap backwards, you look like you're going go-kart racing.
I just don't think it looks terribly professional on television.
I mean,
really.
Colin Cowherd has like a whole thing about guys in the backward. Like he'll like love a quarterback, and then he sees they're in a backwards hat, and then
he's off.
craps on them.
You can email in. We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's a celebration of Jackson Burkett, February 27th, 2025. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way on the Stiefel dossier at 10:50. Miss anything? Robert Thomas and Dennis Gates on the program earlier. You can go back and watch it on YouTube. The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, TMA STL. I was watching the Fast Lane yesterday and their YouTube channel. You can enjoy it all at youtube.com/TMA STL or 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Chairman Kurt in for Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on a celebration of Jackson Day. Send your emails in to celebrate Jackson and his scholarship now from Dennis Gates and the Missouri basketball program. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Accessibility is so important when we talk about the people we endorse on TMA. We always want our listeners to feel like they got a guy, they got a lady in the particular industry at the business, and you got that with Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. The man gives out his personal cell phone number, and it really is his number, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. And Stewie joins us right now. And Stewie, we got big news today with retail sales reports. What's going on?
Tim, this is actually pretty big for interest rates. Retail sales report shows a slowing in the economy. This is a very big deal. It's the biggest drop since 2023 from the previous month. So we're seeing indications that maybe the economy is slowing down. This means the Federal Reserve may be a little bit more aggressive in cutting those interest rates. Mortgage rates took a dive. Now, you and I both know this is one day great, the next day not so great. So if inflation reports and March 12th come out and shows inflation stronger, you could see these rates bounce right back up. What does that mean for you? That means if you have an interest rate right now, you're in the 7s, you can refinance with the bagel loan, get something in the 6s. It's great. It's an opportunity. And if rates go down later, refinance for free. This is all zero cost. Take advantage now because later on it could be worse and you have a missed opportunity.
That is Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage with some really important news. If you are looking to buy a home or sell a home or refinance, call Stewie directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. Stewie, appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Have a great day.
You too.
In 2025, we're gonna go all in. Gonna start it off by thumping the Twins. From there on out, it's all downhill. We going bats on fire. Bill, 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 Bill. DeWitt, that is the man at the top. Open them purse strings, tired of the slop. Only got to keep the young ones in there. Play them every day, show you're sincere. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly. First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon.
Oh, gosh.
They young gray. They young gray.
The Youngry Birds, and this song was delivered to Victor Scott yesterday in Jupiter, Florida.
Mason Wynn, this dude be busting.
You know he loves this. He was playing it on his way to the ballpark
You
today.
think so? I don't know.
And I believe he's leading off. Matter of fact, against the Marlins, another Marlins matchup.
This would be a great song if they get off to a great start and they're in first place in July.
Youngry Birds.
Look what we had.
This little anecdote from Oli Marmol when asked about Paul Goldschmidt yesterday. John Denton tweeted this out, but I'm sure many of you have not had a chance to see it yet. I'll tell you how thoughtful he is. There are guys that care, and then there are guys who have an elite awareness of things around them, and they will look for opportunities to do things for people. So I had my first kid, my daughter. She's 7 now. Goldie had just come onto the team, and I think my youngest, Kylie, had just been born. Goldschmidt knew we were going to be on the road this month for spring training, and my wife was going to be home quite a bit by herself with a newborn and a 2-year-old at the time. In order to alleviate some of that work for all of us to be focused on what we were trying to do on the field, I get into the clubhouse one day and Goldschmidt says, "Hey, it's already paid for and I've already taken care of it, and you have a night nurse coming to your house every day of the week for the next month, and your wife doesn't have to worry about anything. It's all taken care of." I was a first base coach or a bench coach at the time. Those are the types of things where his level of awareness types of things. He would do stuff like that constantly, and no one will ever know about him. He's constantly looking for opportunities to make sure people are taken care of around him. You don't see that very often. How about that little anecdote from Oli Marmol on Paul Goldschmidt after seeing him yesterday over in Tampa?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Very, very nice.
That's awesome.
You like to hear stuff like that?
Absolutely. Warms your heart, Doug.
It does. Warms the cockles of your heart.
And I don't know if Goldschmidt's listening. Now that Oli doesn't
Probably.
need the night nurse, I wouldn't mind if he would be interested in hiring a nanny for us.
Yeah, if he was really that good a guy, he'd do that for you too.
Thank you. I hope that might come off as like asking
Right.
for something.
Call him.
Well, just because he wears the pinstripe doesn't mean his allegiance to St. Louis changes, especially to the St. Louis greats like Tim.
Night nurse for everybody.
And
you
the
get
few-
a night nurse. You get a night nurse. You get a night nurse.
And the future of St. Louis, Tim's children.
Yeah.
Would it be wrong for me to ask for one with no kids?
No, it wouldn't.
I think it's reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ideally. Oh, I see there's a Twitter clip. I just went to my Twitter tweets to read that, and there's a Twitter clip of Jackson receiving the scholarship.
Yeah.
TMA STL is the Twitter account. Is that on Instagram as well? I haven't been on there yet.
Both. Put them in both spots.
Thank you, Chairman. Jackson, what a moment. What a moment. Dennis Gates offering you a scholarship.
It's just...
What surged through your body when you heard that? What about when you were asking the questions? I mean, me, Martin, and Doug just said, no. This is your time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he touched on the sports psychology thing with Dr. Joe Carr, so I wasn't going to go back into that because I felt like he talked about that. But so I wanted to get a little bit in the weeds of some of the personnel. Caleb Grill, Anthony Robinson, Josh Gray. Tough to argue that those three guys have been a major impact on this successful Missouri club.
I was kind of sitting back watching it all go down, and I saw Tim make eye contact with Jackson, kind of give him the point, like, you're up next. And I'm sure you were getting fired up and ready to do it. And then Martin just jumped right in and just took a spot.
There's some inside baseball in the program over the years. And if you watch on YouTube, you see it. And it's a way to make sure that you don't step on each other. Right. Now, personally, I think I should handle all the interviews and be the only one to talk. But as it currently stands, there are other people on the show, and I do let them talk.
It's kind of like Goldschmidt paying for the night nurses.
Thank you. That's a perfect example. That's a perfect example. And so I said, Jackson, I'm like, hey, you ready to go? Martin did not see the gesture. I think it's because my hands are like little pincers, Doug,
like hands.
and I have T-Rex-like arms.
No, that one was on Martin. That's not on you.
Thank you, Chairman. That's exactly right.
Easy.
But the questions were good. The questions were better than anything we would have come up with anyway.
That's when you spend, half your leisure time either watching the Tigers or consuming some content around it. It really is weird. Like when I watch more college basketball following Mizzou win. That's why I kind of like the Tuesday games, because I can watch the Wednesday game with I'm a little lighter in the loafers. I feel better about
lighter in the low. How do
that's the wrong choice, right?
How do your
there.
loins feel right now?
Mine?
Yeah.
I don't know. Why are you so curious about my loins, bro?
You're just feeling so good. I thought this was a real.
Yeah, but like when I watch Mizzou, when I watch more college basketball, I feel like after a Mizzou win, it's like I'm more excited about watching it because I know my team is good to go.
Okay.
Same way in the tournament, like play on Thursday.
This is crowdsourcing, but I think I know the answer, and I'm going to tell you Athens, Georgia, first or second weekend of November 2023. The last time we had true championship aspirations relatively late into a season around these particular parts. Mm-hmm. Respectfully to the Battlehawks. Would be Athens, Georgia?
Yes.
Am I correct? True championship aspirations. ILL last year.
ILL last year. Yeah.
For those of us who are on this side of the river and don't have Illinois allegiances, though, we haven't had anything with the Cardinals since they got swept by the Phillies.
So 22 is the last time for them.
ran Binnington.
That was April 23. Doug, crowdsource?
That was April 22.
I don't know.
April 22. April 22.
April, May-ish, 22, yeah.
Yeah. So, I would say 23 and Athens.
So it's going to be nice to have just happened there, Chairman.
I got the text inbox in front of me.
Oh,
I thought you were choking.
Yeah, It sounded like you did a bong rip. and I'm excited to be able to tune in and actually go, okay, this team's not in a retool.
Yeah, right. It is nice.
Yeah.
And it's kind of nice, too, like going into the season, you don't know. And I think that's going to be the case for most college basketball going forward, is you don't know what you're going to get, really, until...
How about the fact that Coach Gates said he knew this team was special in June?
Well, I like his conviction in it. And, yeah, he should. But that... Obviously, he sees a lot more than we do. He's in practice every day, but you really don't know until, if you would even base the team off of like the first month, you wouldn't have the full picture of it at all. It was really the Kansas win, and then more so, in my opinion, the Florida win. Really, once they won at Florida, the way in which that game went down, I said, okay, this team can beat anybody in the country. Truly. Even after the Auburn smoked them.
Well, the chaos that comes with the transfer portal and NIL money that most coaches hate. It also has led to the possibility you can go winless in your league one year and be a contender 100%. For the national title the next.
Right. And Gates, after the win on Tuesday, was really grateful to the AD and the staff. But he's like, most coaches wouldn't get this opportunity after you go winless in a conference. People are quick to fire, and that's just part of the deal. But the opportunity I get, is really awesome because I knew that I was going to be able to turn it around, or the team would be able to turn it around.
If they can just get hot.
Oh, if they can get
win
hot,
this baby.
You've seen what the Tigers look like when they get hot. It's 27-point wins at Mississippi State.
If they could play all their NCAA tournament games at home, they might win this baby.
That would be awesome, like the NIT.
Yeah.
And then finish in St. Louis, obviously the home of the NIT.
I think that goes without saying. It is a take, and when Doug is sporting his hot take mittens, that is brought to you by the EDF Group. If you're on YouTube, you can see those hot take mittens right now at youtube.com/TMASTL. And Missouri may be getting a chance to play all their NCAA tournament games in Columbia is indeed a hot take. Did you know, business owners, that fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property, and that's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in. Proudly serving St. Louis and beyond, EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit theedfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in on fire safety and security. Today is your day to break through like Jackson did in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com with 2 emails of the day left in the month of February. JV golf coach and Buck Swoper deadlocked at 5 wins apiece. We'll have that for you coming up at 10:50 on the Stiefel dossier. BK and Ferrario at 11 o'clock. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, how do you like this one?
Not a fan.
I had a feeling that might be
You know what the name of the song is?
No.
Scholarships.
Is that what it is?
That's fitting for today's broadcast. Hey, the Tkachuk brothers were on the Kelsey's podcast, New Heights podcast. I'm a big fan of that podcast. What do we got here, Jackson? I haven't heard it yet.
So I think the one I want to play first, they were guests on Travis and Jason Kelsey's podcast, is talking about seeing their father fight and then maybe, replicating that afterwards in the locker room.
Oh, be darned. Okay.
Heck, we were just talking about your family watching you guys brawl. Did you guys ever see Dad throw the hands on the ice?
Oh yeah.
What was that like, man?
A couple of times. Oh, it was. We were just, Dad, you got beat up last night. Like, come on. No, I remember just watching because we were so close to the action, and it was just so fired up. And then we'd probably
awesome.
try to emulate it in the room after, this is how he did it. We just start going, and I remember there's guys just egging us on, and we were just going toe to toe in the locker room.
I remember once we were in the room, we were playing, we would just play fight. Somebody would be like, all right, you guys should fight. We drop the gloves, fight, whatever. But I remember one time, it was after the game, we're in the family lounge and we're playing mini sticks with a bunch of kids, and I just run Brady. And I just run Brady in the numbers, right cross check to the back or right into the couch. So as the Blues doctors and training staff had an easy night, nobody got hurt, so they're leaving the rink, and my dad calls back, and the team doctor comes, grabs Brady, and Brady had to get stitches. So those are some.
You gotta love it, baby.
Boy, the audio kind of trailed out there at the end.
Well, isn't that the way you like?
I mean, that's like a perfect edit.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's just my earpiece. But boy, it sure sounded like it got soft there at the end.
We're going to revisit the edit points.
Those are some.
You gotta love it, baby.
It's okay. All right. I guess that's okay.
You the good thing you're never a journalism professor because you just fail everybody. Edit point.
Well, it was
high standards.
I respect that. I respect that.
All right.
And what do we got here with who would scrap at us?
Yeah, I like this one a lot. They asked Matthew Tkachuk about the art of fighting.
What's the art of the hockey fight? Are there unwritten rules?
I'm going to take this question off because Brady would kick my ass. So
He's got a little reach advantage. I feel the same way about Trav. He's a little wiry motherfucker.
I ain't getting in a fucking cage with you.
I like that one.
Okay.
Brady would beat up Matthew.
He's got like probably what 30, 40 pounds on him, probably an inch or two of height. Brady's a big boy. I bet it's in that
30 or 40 pounds. I don't think it's that.
I was
much.
about to say. I'm thinking, like, am I missing something there? But then I was like, yeah, this is Jackson talking hockey, so this is
true.
accurate.
They're pretty close to the same size, I think. Maybe Brady a little touch taller.
I think Brady's a decent amount bigger.
Well, Brady's got 22 pounds on him.
Okay,
22.
All right, so I was wrong.
But not by much.
22 pounds still. I wouldn't fight anybody 22. I wouldn't fight anyone 22 pounds lighter than me either, so that doesn't really change anything.
6'4".
6'4".
Yeah, I didn't realize he's
got reach on him, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. And he's a nasty bit of business.
Yeah, and those hockey fights can get away from you quick.
Doug Reed Simpson. Look that up on YouTube. Reed Simpson.
The punch.
Stu Grimson.
Yeah, it almost killed him. Everyone on both teams and all the fans and even Grimson himself said, "Oh my God, what have I done to the man?"
He just just hit him right between the eyes.
Reed Simpson was not known as a brawler. And for whatever reason, on this particular evening in St. Louis, he decided he wanted to go up against the Grim Reaper.
Mm-hmm.
And I think probably about an eighth of a second into the scrap, he realized he might have picked the wrong person for his dance card. Is that what it is?
Dance card. And then after that, he didn't know who he had picked because he didn't know where he was or what had hit him.
And the Grim Reaper was a renowned scrapper?
Yes, he was.
And now I believe he's an attorney.
Is that right?
Yeah. Fun facts for no and tell. Email in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming your way here in a matter of moments. The program is The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight as they take on the Washington Capitals and Alexander Ovechkin. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame starts at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, we've gone from scholarships to Mariah Carey's fantasy, and I feel like this is the second time we've heard this in a couple weeks.
Is it really?
Could be the case, but...
And this is the video with Jerry O'Connell in a movie theater. Am I right on that?
I don't know.
I love that, Jerry O'Connell. This counts as a tribute to 90s hip-hop because this is the remix with Old Dirty Bastard.
Okay. And how will I explain that to my kids?
It'd be hard.
Just play Wu-Tang Forever for them. I think they'll get it.
Sounds like a plan. The program's called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN in the TMA STL YouTube channel. Chairman Kurt has posted a video of Dennis Gates, who joined us at 8:45 this morning. Major recommendation, going back and podcasting that via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. And when the chairman creates these videos, I'm invited to be a collaborator on Instagram, Doug.
Oh, are you?
And then I just clicked accept. And then I looked on there, and even though the video was pretty fresh, no more than like an hour old, if that, my God, it's making its way throughout the St. Louis and Missouri communities. This thing is getting viewed like crazy, Jackson. People are supporting you today. What's it like to be the people's champion?
The belle of the ball.
Yeah.
The people's champ has to be everything the people can't be.
Wow.
Let me think about that one for a while.
Go ahead. You realize we are celebrating the 8th anniversary of the film Get Out.
That's right.
That's right.
And this is obviously a celebration of the life of Gene Hackman.
What is that drink?
To you, Coach Norman. Coffee.
Okay.
Oh, you got a little scotch over there?
Midnight Rider was talking to me during one of the breaks. Doug reading that Snapchat yesterday crept up over 125,000. That one was making the rounds.
125,000. Is that right?
Your Twitter mentions were full of people angrier than a hornet, I'll tell you that much.
Well, the old school 101 listeners. That was a moment for them. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our Design Air Heating and Cooling Email a Day! Buck Swope and JV Golf Coach tied at 5 wins apiece, and both have submitted their emails. Ahoy. Good. Great, good stuff, this ma'am, I mean. Speaking of that, I'd like to harken back to hour 3 of the February 18th radio session. You guys were completely engulfed in an absolutely riveting convo about the character and level of savory of dem steak and shake shoestrings. Homeboy would like to weigh in. Absolute hot garbage. As far as cuts of spuds, shoestring lands somewhere barely above the tater tot, which, as you know, is the bastard step cousin to the French fry. As for me, give me them crinkle cuts, especially from White Castle. All of them ridges and valleys really grab and hold them tangiest of catsups.
Okay.
You know, homeboy, like to douse them crinkies in so much catsup that I have to eat them with a fork. How do you do? Big. Eek. Concerns? Thoughts? No fool. And Doug, that's Lefty Jack Smear.
Lefty Jack Smear.
Good morning. I have a question for the individual known as Licks. What AI bot do you use to write those rambling, incoherent questions that visibly arouse Jackson? Is it Grok, GPT, Claude, or something else? Also, what prompt do you type in to have it spit out this word salad that Tim reads daily at 10:55? For reference, I typed in, quote, sports question that is a paragraph long and uses words with 5 or more syllables that allows me to sound smarter than I actually am so I can win a radio show's daily email contest into ChatGPT, and the response was adequate. However, it only included a few number of words that use every vowel in the English alphabet. At least you try to sound smart, Licks. It is something more people in St. Louis and some people on this show should try. But you need to be honest with the listeners. When people ask you where you went to college and you respond, oh, nowhere, just a school near Forest Park, you imply that you went to Wash U when you really went to Fopo Coco. Community college is nothing to be ashamed of. Hell, without community college, the chairman would not be the successful, charming, and witty man he is today. Sincerely, Barrett Jackman's Shin Guards.
Barrett Jackman's Shin Guards.
I did not go to community college.
You want that on the record?
Yeah.
Morning. Here's Thursday's Lick Shooter. As modern sports media leans further into star-driven narratives, have we reached a point where athletic greatness is no longer enough, where a player's marketability, aesthetic appeal, and cultural resonance hold as much weight as their actual performance? Are we, as fans, increasingly drawn to athletes the way cinephiles gravitate toward Barry Keoghan and Timothée Chalamet, not just for their talent, but because they're, frankly, cute? And if that's the case, how do we reconcile the fact that despite this supposed need for star power, the Cardinals have spent a decade without a true face of the franchise? The Blues once made Ryan O'Reilly their unquestioned leader, despite him looking like a guy who owns a failing brewery in Maplewood.
Damn.
And Mizzou fans once fully convinced themselves that Frank Haith was the future of college basketball. All the best. That's from Mr. Licks.
Okay.
That's a great question.
It wasn't great. Mr. Licks.
Happy Jackson Day, lads. I can't say enough that your trip to Jupiter has brought back a better version of the show. The music has been spot on. The assortments of sports and tomfoolery, along with the A-list guests, have just been excellent. Some quick hits on the St. Louis general managing front. Number 1, trade Binner for a Tkachuk brother. Number 2, trade Arenado for anything worth a darn and let the young guys play. If they're good enough, they're old enough. Dennis Gates is the perfect combination of Norm's moxie and Quinn's culture building, minus the gator tails. The Tigers giving off a strong Final Four vibe. For the tomfoolery snippet, the St. Louis weather change from the winter to spring brings out 2 things: park steaks on the barbecue pit and neighborhood sex parties.
No.
If you're lucky, you get both at the same venue. Cheers. That's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Rest in peace, Gene Hackman. Tough to narrow down a Mount Rushmore, but I go with the French Connection, Unforgiven, Hoosiers, and the Royal Tenenbaums. Libby Jack's horny Hackman picks are fine, but again, he's just lifting takes from Bill Simmons' Ringer Podcast Network as if no one is going to notice. Is that true?
It's not like establishing Gene Hackman as horny and the Firm and No Way Out is not proprietary to the Ringer. It's pretty obvious.
But did the Ringer talk about Gene Hackman being horny?
Yeah.
He did. Okay, so
Yeah.
Buck Swope is right.
No, but he's being mean about it.
I love Hoosiers, arguably the best sports movie of all time, but I don't blame Gene Hackman for thinking it was going to be a dud because Norman Dale is not a very good coach. He's so desperate for coaching help, he hires the town drunk as his assistant, and there's the aforementioned playing with 4 debacle, not to mention the success of the team really just hinges on whether star player Jimmy Chitwood is playing, as they win every game he plays in and lose every game that he doesn't.
True.
Regardless, Hackman delivered a memorable performance, while Jerry Goldsmith's score did most of the heavy lifting, and that Libby Jack is how you rip off a Bill Simmons column for 2002. Great to hear Coach Dennis Gates join the presentation. I love his professionalism and the way he shows respect, which then earns him respect. Quite the contrast with the Mizzou football head coach, who likes to fire up Twitter after the game and dunk on random fans while celebrating the most mundane of accomplishments. What if Dennis Gates had called out Libby Jack for accusing Gates of committing coaching malpractice this past December while posted up at Barney's over there in the strip mall next to the vape shop and the cupcake cartel? Great interview, but you forgot to ask Gates what he thinks of Tom Crean kissing his son on the lips. Thanks. That's from Buck Swope.
Buck Swope with a nice little email this morning.
And finally, at the start of today's show, Jackson was giving off the same energy as a nervous groom waiting in a church basement on his wedding day. You could tell the sauce boss was on edge because he would not stop nervously stroking his invisible blonde mustache.
It's a bad habit I have right now.
Are you going to shave that thing?
No, not until my birthday.
I can't fault him, though. Last night, Jackson was wearing his Mizzou onesie pajamas as he cuddled with his Dennis Gates body pillow. And this morning, he was talking to the real Coach Gates. Now, I think it was an odd choice to not comb his hair or even take a quick glance in the mirror for perhaps the biggest moment of his life, but that's besides the point. If he could change anything about today, I bet Jackie Papers wishes he would have worn a diaper to work, because a little tinkle definitely squeaked out when Gates offered Jackson a scholarship to be Mizzou's new water boy. My favorite part of the interview was seeing Tim grin like a proud father as his little guy finally worked up the courage to tell a man he had just met, "Wow, Coach, I think you really I think you look really handsome when you wear a suit on the sideline. Did you say those words?
Yeah, and
You said he looked handsome?
I said I like the suit, but I think it's implied that I think he looks handsome.
The icing on the cake was watching Jackson tip his cap to the audience like the best fans in baseball did after Paul Skeens pitched 6 no-hit innings at Busch Stadium. M-I-Z. Blitz, tackle, blitz!
Oh.
That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And was there a late entry here?
Yeah, I saw we had a couple minutes on the clock, so I just threw that one in
Okay.
there.
I don't have a cute email. I just wanted to say how happy I am for Jackson. That's from Smitty. How about that? Just a nice
Thank
little...
you, Smitty.
Look at that, Doug. That's off-brand, but it's still delightful.
It sure is.
And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. A lot of great choices.
I'm torn between the two juggernauts, as I often am. Today I'm going to go with Buck Swope. Buck Swope.
I've been on it all week. I just really like what Mr. Licks is
You
doing
like
right
the
now.
lick shooter?
Do you?
I'm going to let Tim decide because I like my cousin Vinny.
The winner today, and I thought that was great as well, and I'm a huge lick shooter fan, but Buck Swope had the best email today, and Buck Swope is just taking the lead. And without the JV golf coach winning tomorrow, Buck Swope follows the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom as our 2 winners so far in 2025. And it's Design Air, the sponsor of the email of the day. And Doug, you're a client, I'm a client, Don's a client.
Hopefully all of our emailers know that if they have any kind of problem at all with their furnace or the air conditioner, Design Air Heating and Cooling is the place to call. And sooner or later, you're going to need maintenance. Sooner or later, that furnace or the air conditioner is not going to work like it should. It's going to go on the fritz. They all do at some point. With Design Air is the place that you need to call. Contact Seth Goldcamp and his crew. This is a 4th-generation St. Louis business. They've served over 10,000 customers since they opened in 1904, and they are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They're known for their honesty and going above and beyond. They will never try to upsell you, always give you exactly what you need and nothing more. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. They've been out to my house on a couple of occasions over the years. They just do fantastic work. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling, and you can find them online at designairservice.com.
All right, time for BK and Ferrario. We will be back tomorrow at 7 a.m. Always go back and podcast the show via the Schaefer Door Company podcast, and you can watch anytime. Go back and watch at youtube.com/TMASTL with the Michelob Ultra chat. For Jackson Bennett Burkett on Jackson Burkett Day, February 27th, 2025. For Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.